Hello and welcome to Shadow of the Tomb Raider. I'm going to begin my annual playthrough, doing 100%. But this is the PlayStation version. Normally I stream the Xbox version, but all Xbox games when I stream them have an audio issue. So I have to get the DLC for the PlayStation version. But I'll do that after this stream. When I do, they'll get integrated into it anyway. But this is going to be a 100% playthrough. Once I actually get those challenge tombs downloaded, then that'll be included as part of the 100%. Alright, just playing it on Rite of Passage difficulty. Hold on to your butts.
What are you doing? I'm gonna level it! There are no parachutes! I know! Get ready to jump! No fucking way! Jonah, we have to! Are you out of your fucking mind, Lara? We have no choice! I'm not jumping out of this plane! Jonah! Come on! Come on!
That's a link to a no-death challenge I did with this game earlier this year.
Jonah, you there? Oh, damn. Shit.
You okay?
Jonah, I'm here. Just a little stuck. A rock hit my leg.
Don't move, I'll get help.
No, I'm right on Trinity's tail. I don't want to attract attention.
I'm on my way.
I won't be long.
I don't trust theirs. They're always up to something. Thanks for redeeming that tiny impression, Harbinger. I don't blame you either. Plus, sometimes they can let you down. Hey there, Kibito. Thank you for the good luck wishes. So I'll take this time just to go over what I'm doing for this playthrough. So last year for my annual series run of this game, I wanted to do 100%, but I ran out of time to get that much done. So I decided to make it just finishing the rest of the story so I could actually get it done before the year ended. And I ended up being able to get it done on the last day that I had available to stream for 2022. So finished the story and finished off my annual playthroughs. So to make up for not being able to do the 100% last year for my annual 2022, I'm doing that for my annual 2023 because I have way more time up my sleeve. Thanks for the good luck wishes, Kibito. How's things been going? Hey there, Calm. Welcome on in. So the other thing is too, earlier this year I did a no-death challenge. Although I'm thinking I should change the name of that because that implies that I play the game until I die, and if I do, then I stop the playthrough. Probably permadeath might be a better challenge name for that. But in any case, earlier this year I did a playthrough where if I died, I had to restart all the way back at the start of the game again. So that playlist that I put in chat is actually the full playthrough of that, getting through the game from start to finish without dying, which I eventually managed to do, but there was a lot of bullshit game things that happened which weren't counted because it was the game's fault, not mine.
Jonah, I'm out. Be careful, the way into the site is full of traps.
Trinity's not done with it yet.
They're protecting something.
6 weeks, and still no solid leads on who's leading the local Trinity cell. But I talked to some people in town, and they're excited. There's a VIP coming to the Day of the Dead. Name's Dominguez. We should look into it.
I made it.
I'm on my way in. Almost there.
Sorry I didn't wait. Be careful.
Calm, this will be a nail-biter. Thankfully for this playthrough, if I die, I don't have to start from the start again each time. So I'll be able to actually relax more with this game for this playthrough. Hey there, Gamer Loop. Welcome on in. How's things been going? Hey there, Stan. Lara falls down into cave. You... Oh no. I've done it for all games in the trilogy. But the one that took me the least amount of deaths to get through from the start to the end without dying was Rise of the Tomb Raider. Only died 3 times in that playthrough. Oh, great, Gamer Loop. That's cool. I'm glad to hear that you've been really good. I've been going really well. I've been burning through these games. Like I started Batman Arkham Asylum on Monday, finished it. Started Batman Arkham City on Tuesday and finished it. Started Batman Arkham Knight on Wednesday. Didn't finish it, but I'll finish it next Monday. Finished Rise of the Tomb Raider earlier, and now starting Shadow of the Tomb Raider. I did a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Syndicate, doing a challenge playthrough, and then after that was done, I finished Assassin's Creed Revelations doing a bomb challenge in one stream, because I did it from start to finish. And this weekend I'm starting a ranged challenge playthrough with Assassin's Creed 3. So I'm definitely burning through the games, that's for sure.
Lara! Wow. Get a load of this place. Guess all that research paid off. Now we know what Trinity is after.
Yeah, they really didn't want us in here.
I'm glad we followed your father's notes.
Mm-hmm.
I saw where the passage collapsed on you back there. You want me to take a look at that wound?
No, I'm fine.
What is all this?
Constellations. This inscription is some sort of riddle. Pink fish.
Pink fish?
Silver-crowned mountain. There's a date here. But something's off. It looks like it was damaged, perhaps intentionally.
Why would Trinity sabotage this? They usually just destroy everything.
No, I think the damage is older. But who would have tampered with it?
Lara! We gotta get out of here. Lara!
No, I have to get this.
Come on! Move! Move!
Hurry!
Come on!
If you hadn't dragged me out, I'd still be in there taking pictures.
You'd still be in there. Don't know if you'd be doing much.
Don't know.
Hey, you want to freshen up? Regroup at the cafe? Dr. Dominguez is supposed to be there tonight.
Sounds good. I'll try and decipher the riddle, see if the date has anything to do with it.
Right. Pink fish, Silver Crown Mountains, I'll look into it. By the way, this cafe is supposed to have really good food. I know the chef.
I'm not very hungry.
After all of that, I'm starving. There he is.
Anything new on Dr. Dominguez?
Not much. He's leading a few Trinity digs in the area.
My father mentioned him in his journal more than once. He's an expert on pre-colonial ruins.
Everyone says he's a great guy. Big help to the town. So how's your leg?
Jonah, look. The riddle. Its directions. To find the hidden city, go south along the shore until you find the pink fish.
I found something for that. It's pink dolphins, found only in the Amazon.
It goes on. Then chase the heart of the serpent to the silver-crowned mountain. Look at this. It's the constellation Hydra, the serpent. This star is the heart. It's set in the southwest.
So southwest from the Amazon River. Brazil.
Peru.
Peru?
Okay, this date from the ruins, see? If you look closely, it is damaged. This number looks like a Maya 13, but what if it's really an 8? With precession, it...
What?
Precession. The Earth tilts, so over time, these stars appear in a different place on the horizon. Important if you're navigating by the night sky.
Okay.
In the Maya calendar, that's a 2,000-year difference. Back then, the heart of the serpent set directly to the west.
So that's why it's in Peru, not Brazil. Trinity has been looking in the wrong place.
Exactly. We need to look for the silver-crowned mountain in Peru. There's more. Something about a key. What is Trinity looking for in the hidden city?
Doctor, we found it.
Yes. Show me.
You heard that too, right?
Let's see where he goes.
Wait, hold on. Trinity's watching this place. Let's try to blend in.
A tailing mission.
Trinity's people are armed. I heard they brought in reinforcements.
I'll stay out of their way. I want to avoid what happened with the last cell we took down.
They must know we were at the other site. So much for a night off.
Where did Dominguez go?
He can't be far. He must be in the courtyard somewhere.
Yeah.
Let's look around.
Someone must know something.
Hey, Sammy, how's it going?
Any sign of him?
No. Let's keep looking.
I'm not really used to crowds.
You'd rather storm guards or the deathless?
No, this is fine. Jonah, he's at the gate.
I see.
Good. Be sure I'm not followed.
I think I can find another way over the wall.
I'll take care of these guys. Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Good. You can't come through this way.
I heard there was some kind of a crazy fiesta with like chicks and skull makeup. Y'all know anything about that?
It's not for tourists.
No, you know, Maria invited me. You know her? She's my cousin. My abuela, she was from here, don't look like it, rest her soul. I wanted to make like an offering, or what's that thing you do with the blankets? All right, you know what? I can see you guys are busy. I won't waste any more of your time. Y'all keep on trucking. Thanks for your service. Keeping us safe.
Jonah, I'm in.
Good. Those guards weren't at the gate earlier. Dominguez must suspect something.
Jonah is a survivor and a good friend. I met him several years ago on my first expedition on board the Endurance. He made me laugh the first time I spoke to him, calling me Little Bird. We've been through so much since then, and after I lost touch with my best friend Sam, Jonah was always there for me. He came with me to Katash and helped me find the Divine Source, the artifact my father was looking for when he was killed. After I destroyed the Divine Source to keep it from Trinity's hands, Jonah helped me hunt them down, cell by cell. When I finished deciphering my father's notes, Jonah thought that Cozumel was the best place to start. At first, I didn't believe him, but he was right. The site in Cozumel was the only one we found that wasn't destroyed. Now I know why. Trinity knows there's a piece of the puzzle missing, and I need to find out what it is before they do.
Stan, just last week, barely made it out of Crumbling Cave and almost died, but there was this cafe. Well, I guess when you almost die, you think about all the things that you won't be able to experience again. But if you survive after that, you're like, nice, now I can go get that coffee. This cafe does look nice. It really does. I like how they start this game off. And having it be a celebration like the Day of the Dead is really fitting for this game's story and the idea of sacrificing and life versus death, which is a part of sacrificing stuff. You know, some people sacrifice their life in pursuit of things to help other people, for example. Stan, no you. You know. Great game. Okay, this is something I forgot to do. So as part of doing 100% for this playthrough, I'll be actually listening to all these journal entries and things like that. In the previous two games for their annual playthroughs, I didn't do 100% because I wanted to have more time to get this game done to 100%. So in the previous two games, whenever I collected something, it would just be for getting the XP for it. Now in the previous two games, when you collect something, like you find an artifact or you find a journal entry, the game would automatically jump into the screen and you'd be able to listen to the audio. Or if you didn't want to, you just exit straight out of it. However, in this game, you actually have to press a button when you interact with something that's a collectible or something that you can actually listen to a journal entry of. If you don't press the button when it appears on screen and you miss it, you have to then try and find it through cycling through the collection of things that you actually have. And so I actually forgot to listen to the journal entries. So that's one about Jonah. And we have this one here about the Hidden City Riddle. And then also the Maya date as well. And then we have another two in the Lara's Notebook. So while I'm here, I'll just play the ones that I didn't get a chance to play before.
To find the hidden city, go south along the shore until you find the pink fish. Then chase the heart of the serpent to the Silver Crown Mountain where the twins confer. In the Maya long count calendar, all dates have 5 numbers. This numeral was damaged to look like a 13, but what if it's really an 8? That's a 2,000-year difference, and the constellations would be in a completely different position, so the star path would lead west to somewhere in Peru. The last number on the left pillar is 0. Trinity is an ancient and secretive organization ruled by an Illuminati-like High Council that has existed since the time before Christ. They are determined to find and exploit all of the ancient artifacts of the world. I've been hunting them since I found out they killed my father. Jonah and I have tracked down so many Trinity cells since then, but all of the other ruins and tombs we found were destroyed, except the one in Cozumel. I need to find out what they're after, what their endgame is, and stop them.
That's right, we need to stop the Templars. I mean, we need to stop Umbrella. I mean, we need to stop Abstergo. I mean, we need to stop Trinity. Even though the Templars are Abstergo and vice versa.
Excuse me.
In contact with the High Consul.
Yes, sir. Even after the fiasco in Brazil. No one questions your leadership of the organization.
We've come too far to
Pardon?
stop now.
Yes, sir. They're ready for anything.
Jonah, Dominguez is not just the leader of this cell. I think he's the leader of Trinity.
We need to be careful.
Yeah, I heard you.
Disculpe, señorita.
My fault.
Someone set off a trap at the first site. We think it was Croft.
Wait,
What's wrong?
I want confirmation, Commander. No more guessing.
I'll make sure we get visual confirmation.
Jonah, they might have noticed me. I'll try the back alley.
I'll find another way around.
Ernesto, déjame enseñarte cómo hacerlo.
Doctor, son muchos de sus hombres.
You can never be too safe. You're very gracious. Thank you.
We should go. Yeah, this is Commander Rourke. Dominguez wants confirmation Croft is here. You have the photo. Female, Caucasian, early 20s. You got that?
Well,
Good. They'll find her.
good. I don't want anyone getting in there.
Hey there, Senny. Lara Sino. Lara the assassin. I mean, she's almost there. She's got the hood on. It's going good, Crooked. Yeah, Shadow of the Tomb Raider's going well so far. I forgot that because I'm playing the PlayStation version, that I need to actually buy the DLC to do all the challenge tombs to do a true 100%. If you don't have all that stuff, you can still get the game to give you 100%. But if you actually want to get a true 100%, now that all the content, of course, has been released for it, you need to actually get everything done, all the challenge tombs, the DLC stuff that you got, everything like that. So I'll have to fix that up for next week's stream, but definitely doesn't interfere with starting the playthrough. Hey there, Etone. Nice upgrade in visuals in this game. Yeah, so this one came out 3 years after Rise of the Tomb Raider. So this came out in 2018. And so far, this is the last new Tomb Raider game that we've gotten. Crooked, that sucks. Hopefully you can get a good deal on it. Hopefully so, especially by now as well, since it's quite a few years on from when it originally came out. Because that kind of stuff wasn't available with the PlayStation Plus version of this game, which is what I'm actually playing. So I have to actually have a look and see how much the game is actually to buy in a pack with the DLC content included as well. It might actually be cheaper to get it that way. Because I'm going to have to buy the DLC anyway. I don't want to have to buy the DLC and find out that I could have gotten the DLC cheaper if I had bought the game with it, you know. So I'll just have to have a look next time.
Don't worry. Go, play.
The readings at the site are unlike anything we've ever seen.
It's the key to our next phase.
If this is it, we'll be ready.
Manchanta, 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 manchanta.
Jonah, they've entered the dig site. It's fenced off and there's a guard at the gate. I'll find another way in.
I found a good spot. I'll watch the perimeter.
There's got to be more to these ruins. A Maya pyramid inside some sort of cave.
Take him into the ruins. Should be far enough out of earshot.
No, please, don't make this harder than it needs to be. Any final words?
Wait. I'm a government official. I'm supposed to be here.
Not anymore, Mr. Lead Archaeologist. Your employment has been terminated.
Please, no. I have no...
I won't hurt you. You work for Trinity. What did they find?
Well, they've been searching for a temple entrance for many years. Today they found it. I have to go warn my sister. She's on her way here now.
Jonah, Trinity just tried to kill a local archaeologist.
Oh, God.
I have to find what they're looking for.
This is Commander Rourke. All teams, get ready for Operation Blackout.
I better check those ruins. I better check those ruins.
It's interesting because the PlayStation version of this game, it gives you the option to choose whether you want it to be focused on frame rate or quality. And the Xbox version didn't actually have that as an option. There are some Xbox games that do have it as an option, like Watch Dogs Legion and Assassin's Creed Valhalla. They both have that as an option, but I don't remember the Shadow of the Tomb Raider having that.
I know this figure. Ixchel, the goddess of the full moon. Oh, and this is Shakshel, the new moon. There's an inscription. Shakshel, the key lies beyond her gaze. The key. This is it. The entrance must be down there. Got to make my way down. Ixchel and Shakshel are two faces of the same goddess. Ixchel is the young woman and represents life and healing. She's associated with the full moon. Shakshel is the old woman and represents death. She is associated with the new moon. Together as the twins, symbols of duality in the cycle of life and death. Okay, this should work. All right.
This is Commander Rourke. I want the site secured ASAP. When Dr. Dominguez arrives, we all go in together.
there's several kinds of jumps in this game that have aspects where you think to yourself, is this happening because I'm moving the character too far forward too soon, or is it happening because the game is forcing the character to move? And when you're doing a no-death challenge with this game, I tell you what, it makes you basically become paranoid every time you do a friggin' jump. But that moment there where Lara lands and then moves forward and then almost falls off, that's actually scripted to happen. So sometimes it can be annoying trying to determine whether a jump is scripted or anything like that to actually happen, and sometimes you can get put off guard.
All units, get ready. Dr. Dominguez is on his way down.
Damn, I better hurry.
And sometimes they want to guide you as you jump through the air, which for some people it might help, but for other people it might be annoying because the game is literally pushing against you as you're trying to get the jump and move the camera where you want it to be. Because they're obviously trying to get that balance of making something realistic, but at the same time adding some kind of suspense for the player.
I've got this.
These can be misleading as well when you're doing these, because Lara's feet can sometimes stop touching the wall, and if you try and get momentum when that happens, sometimes it makes it difficult to actually time the jump right. So if you feel like you need to swing 500 times before you jump just to make sure,
She was looking at that cave.
then definitely do it if you're doing a no-death challenge. Same with swinging on rappels like this. You may think that you've got enough momentum, but sometimes the game makes you think you do when you don't.
This is it. Jonah, I'm entering a cave. We may lose contact.
Copy that. I'll keep an eye on Trinity out here.
This cave looks like it's usually underwater.
Ancient writing from the Old Kingdom.
This mural depicts some kind of voyage or pilgrimage undertaken by the Maya. Seems they carried an item of great import and traveled south to the source of the pink fish. The Amazon River, just like Jonah said.
Hey Afro, you started playing this game, reached that first trial temple with the wind and stuff, couldn't figure it out, deleted the game. Yes, that part can be annoying. In fact, if it's the same one I'm thinking, when I did my no-death challenge with this game earlier, I actually died in that same general area 3 times in a row and had to restart the game from the start. It was absolutely infuriating. Hey there, Kenway. How's things going?
The carvings on this Maya monolith are far too deteriorated to read.
Afro, it's that temple with wooden beams going around in a circle. Ah, yes. Yeah, that is the one. Yeah, that one is extremely frustrating. It can be annoying even when you're just playing through the game normally, sometimes too.
All right.
Hey, Micah. It's Micah Bell and his family.
What is this place? Holding cells. The pre-Columbian ceramic jar seems to be depicting two gods in conversation. I can't quite make out the glyphs between them. Oh, smells vaguely fungi.
Fun? Gee, doesn't seem like it. Hey, Sir McDonald. Welcome on in to you. How's things going? Oh, that's great, Sir McDonald. That's awesome. And I'm going really well. I'm having a good Friday. It's always good to get to this day each week. Afro, why does Lara have to go all of these wet, humid places? Like, go to the Middle East or Europe, read up on Templars, Lara. Well, I mean, she did go to Syria in the previous game. I always thought that if they were to do another Tomb Raider game, that they should go back to Egypt again and do a game set there. Although, I'd also like them to add a bit of a open world aspect by having Lara able to actually travel to multiple places around the world, some even just for you as the player to decide to go to, and maybe come across some side stories that aren't related to the main story, but are just something that you could go on and do like a little extra adventure or something like that as Lara. And also have a global weather system with the game whereby certain areas of the game in parts of the world won't be available due to weather conditions. So there might be a place that gets snowed in heavily. And at that point in the game, you can't access certain areas. But when you actually go back later, because the weather has changed, if the snow is cleared, then those areas will become available to you. And similar if there was a flooded area, etc. You know, things like that. And expand the fast travel system to be like, when Lara's in one location, let's say she's in Africa, right? Still have the campfire fast travel points, but when she actually travels out of Africa to London, for example, actually show a little cutscene of Lara, you know, getting on a chartered flight or something like that. You know, just a little scene to show that she's actually traveling to a different part of the world. So really expand upon that idea of open world. still have a main story structure and still have the game direct you to where it wants Lara to go, but also just have some areas that you yourself can take Lara and go on little adventures unrelated to the main story and stuff like that.
The carving on this bowl depicts a procession of Maya carrying something of great importance to them. The silver square. What could that mean?
The silver box of Eshel. Stan, Middle East heat is terrible. That's why people live in malls in Dubai. Well, I mean, you know, if there's air conditioning, anywhere where there's air conditioning, I definitely would like to be. For at least it's better than being wet with tropical insects. Well, that's true. But I think too, like no matter where you live around the world, I'm sure that there's places that you might think to yourself, you know, this place is terrible. But for someone else, they might actually like it. And there's so many different kinds of things that people might like or dislike about a place. And sometimes when people, you know, have lived somewhere for a long time, they might not really think of the place as that exciting, but someone who hasn't been there before might actually find it exciting. Stan, also you wouldn't want to travel to a campfire in a hot place. You would want to travel to like an air conditioner or a bucket of ice. You don't know. Yeah. Oh, that's okay, Stan. I hope you get something good to eat. I'll see you when you get back. Afro, also not a very big fan of Mayan culture, mainly because you don't know much about it. It's very rarely talked about in detail. Whenever Lara says all these facts, you just go blank. That's understandable. There's so many different kinds of, you know, cultures around the world with different myths and legends and things like that. And, you know, some might be more appealing to others than it is to some people and stuff like that. I've liked when the Assassin's Creed series has dabbled in it, but I really would like to see an actual game about that. And I think there's a lot of different things that could be done as well. Okay, anything I might miss? Not anything that's, well, there's some things that I have to miss because I don't have the right equipment yet. But if there's anything other than that that I miss, I can always just come back here later and get it. Afro, that was back in 2020, and that was my first playthrough of the series. I played through Uncharted 1, 2, 3, and 4, and The Lost Legacy as well. At the time, I was borrowing a PS4 to actually do that. But now that I have a PS5, I'll be able to replay it. I've got plans to do that, hopefully this year as well, once I get all my priority playthroughs done.
I have to find the temple Dominguez is looking for. Jonah, I made it. I'm in an underground temple.
Good.
Whoa. That's not good.
Lara, Trinity's blasting their way in.
I can tell. It's causing tremors. There's a pyramid. I'm gonna get to the top.
Lara, how's it going?
Good. There are platforms that can help me reach the top. Looking for something to weigh them down.
You're breaking up. Got some activity here. I'm gonna get closer.
A secondary party, a few days behind the main pilgrimage, reported strange things on the route. The beasts had become more ferocious, and the jungle itself more dangerous. The trees and vines gnarled and twisted, growing thorns as long as a man's finger and sharp as blades.
Crooked, you really appreciate how tomb-heavy this game was. Way less shootouts than the previous two games, you thought. Yeah, that was something that people had wanted after the first two games in the trilogy. They wanted to have more focus on the actual tombs, and they really, really went all in with that too. Like, you've got all the tombs that come with the standard game, but then you've got all the challenge tombs that they have, which is DLC content. And it's not a simple case of, here's a tomb, explore it, you're done, move on. Each challenge tomb has like a bit of a little story to it. And I think that was really cool to do as well. So in the first game in this trilogy, you get a rope ascender by the story giving it to you. In Rise of the Tomb Raider, you have to actually buy it from the supply shack guy. I'll go into more detail with how you actually get it in this playthrough, but if you don't initiate a certain side quest, you won't even get the opportunity to even get the rope ascender. But I'll get to that when we actually get to that and explain in more detail what you need to do.
Those worthy shall be sacrificed to the Red Goddess, she of the waning moon and she of the waxing moon, grandmother to all, life taker and birth giver.
Jonah!
Yeah, I'm here.
Jonah, there's a mural here. It shows a box. Inscription says, the silver box of Ix Chel. That must be what's in the hidden city. This is a Maya myth. It says the box will summon the god Kukulkan.
The creation god. Is that what Trinity's after?
Wait, there's more. Looks like a series of cataclysms. A tsunami. A storm. An earthquake. Volcanic eruption.
So much for the god of creation.
Well, in Maya belief, Kukulkan is the god of creation and destruction. This looks like the Hydra constellation, but the stars seem out of alignment. Unbelievable. Jonah, I found a dagger. There's an inscription. The key to Ix Chel's heart unlocks the cleansing. We can't let Trinity get hold of this.
Let's think this through. Shit! Lara, Trinity guards are coming your way.
What have I done? Shit. Jonah, get to higher ground.
Oh no, you took it, didn't you?
Hurry. This dagger is the key of Shakshel. I found an inscription near it. The key to Ix Chel's heart unlocks the cleansing.
They're on their way. Who? Dr. Dominguez and more men. Apparently we found what we're looking for. Great. And the siege begins. Yeah, that's what the reinforcements are for.
Yes, I heard you, okay? Dominguez is coming tonight. I get it. What I'm telling you is the rain is gonna flood them. What the fuck do you think I'm doing? Checking the water pump right now. Okay. Let's make sure everything's copacetic here.
Let's go over that pump. Answer me!
Come and help me get these lights ready.
Operation Blackout has been initiated. None of the local workers leave the site alive. Ah, fuck. We've planned for this. Make sure the perimeter's secure.
Got something. Maybe.
Inspectors are coming. Be ready.
Something suspicious here.
Likely some animal. Copy that. Got something, I think!
Gotta investigate.
Status? Wait.
Fuck. Ah, don't worry, I'll fix it.
This is taking way too long. Dominguez has to wait for us when he gets here. It's not gonna be pretty.
What's happening at the gate?
The archaeologists.
Ready?
Yep. Operation Blackout is running ahead of schedule.
Inspectors are coming. Be ready. Almost loaded.
I hate this backward fucking
Copy
country.
that.
Can't build anything that works.
Toasty!
be quick.
All right, let's dispose of the bodies.
What the heck? I'll investigate.
Policeman. Let us know when the gunshots get reported. We're getting reinforcements on the way. I want everything ready.
Outpost. On something, we'll advise. Camp archaeologists. Glad to be rid of them.
Yeah, they've been trying to warm out our intentions here for ages.
Well, they found out tonight. Hope it was worth it.
What doesn't belong here?
I'm with you!
Hey, reports of more gunfire. Copy.
You know, I hate in games how you shoot them in the head, but the game is like, oh no, you shot them in the neck. So it's not a one-hit kill. I swear I shot him in the head. But anyway, it's not a stealth challenge playthrough, so I don't have to penalize myself. I don't know though, getting shot in the back of a neck with an arrow that's strong enough to pierce through your throat, somehow I think that would count as a one-hit kill as well. But because I didn't shoot them at the base of the back of their head, up and around any circumference of their top of their head or their forehead or their nose or their mouth or their chin, the game is like, no. They survived a shot to the neck.
She's killing our people! Fuck! Copy that! Target sighted!
Always hated helicopters.
Covering squad. This'll force you out!
You want to fight with fire, huh? Here. Enjoy it.
Hold your fire! I think she moved!
Don't play with fire if you're not willing to get caught on fire yourself when someone uses it against you.
Jesus, something exploded.
More coming.
Haha! Idiot killed himself. Dumbass.
Time to run!
Come in. We saw the flame spike. You okay?
I winged her! Almost down! Me and you! Me and you!
Jesus, something explode on your end?
Better move! Better stop while you can! Hold her off!
Shit, there's more of them.
Hold for crossfire.
More coming.
This is what gives you so much trouble? Get out of here! Reloading. Is that all you have? Fall it out. This is where you die. Let's finish this.
Come in. We saw the flame spike. You okay?
I hope that's all of them.
Alright. That part's done. It was a funny checkpoint though, where it put me after I died. I wasn't expecting it to put me in that spot. So the checkpoint was made after the cutscene of the enemies coming in. By the way, if you do that first part stealthily, that cutscene still happens where the enemies fly in on the helicopters. That's something that always happens regardless.
Stop! Don't hurt her. Lara Croft. This isn't the way I hoped would be. You know I've been interested in your work.
Trinity always is.
The key of Sasha. I've sacrificed my life for this. Where's the silver box of Isha? Give it to me.
It's in a safe place.
You don't have it. It never occurred to me that you would just take it. With this key and the silver box, we can remake the world without weakness, cruelty. And certainly with none of this. But without the box, the apocalypse, the death of the sun.
You're lying.
Lara, you felt it when you took the key.
Tremors are common.
A tsunami is coming, and this is the first of many catastrophes you're doing!
You would have done the same!
God. Yeah. By taking the key, you set the apocalypse in motion. Do you realize the tragedy you have unleashed? The cleansing has begun. It falls to me now to stop it before it consumes us all.
Got to find high ground.
You can't prevent that child from falling to their death, unfortunately, no matter how fast you are.
Jonah! Jonah!
Lara? I was so worried.
I failed. Worse.
What do you mean?
Dominguez. He has the dagger. I lost it. After everything that my father went through, I gave Trinity exactly what they wanted. He'll use the box and a knife to remake the world.
To remake it into what?
I don't know. He thinks he can rid it of sin and weakness. A man like that, we have to stop him. It's all my fault.
We'll figure it out, okay? I promise.
No. We have to get to the hidden city before Trinity. We have to find the silver box.
Okay, but first, we're gonna help these people get to safety, and then we'll go after the box.
No one is safe! Not if he gets the box first! I have to go! I'm the only one!
You're the only one that can what? You don't know that you caused all this, Lara! Not everything is about you! These people need us here. We can do good now! Besides, what do we gotta go on? A riddle? We're gonna need more than pink fish and silver crowns to get to the hidden city. I'm gonna help these people. And then I'll find us a plane.
think we're looking for a volcanic mountain. The Crown of Silver is probably a band of clouds.
I just can't get those people back there out of my head. They lost everything.
The riddle says, chase the heart of the serpent to the Silver Crown Mountain where the twins confer. I wonder what the twins are.
This storm looks like bad news.
It's just a little rain. We'll concentrate on the Cloudy Mountain.
Cloudy Mountain. If we find it, how do we know we have the right one?
Gut feeling? It's our only clue. The mural says there'll be more disasters. The best way we can help them is to put a stop to it and Trinity.
Okay. But how do we really know?
Jonah, what I felt when I took the dagger.
You mean the tremors of the tsunami?
More than that. It felt like I woke something up. I know that it's not practical. I know that it's hard to believe, but you need to trust me.
We have to trust each other.
Miguel, is there anywhere to land?
Yeah, I can put you down near Coagyaco.
Let's go.
Contact! It might get bumpy.
Shit!
What are you doing?
I'm gonna level it!
Tune in next week to find out what happens. Just kidding. Rough landing, that's an understatement. Hey there, Striker Knight. Welcome on in. How's things going for you? You could have left that darn dagger where it was. You blame Lara for all of this. Yeah, it's interesting, the concept of the dagger, because the idea is that if you take the dagger, it triggers those catastrophes to happen. If you have the box and you actually put the two together, it's what's needed to actually prevent the catastrophes from happening. And with the dagger itself, Lara didn't know that the box was needed, and that whole thing was part of it. Now, obviously, the mural indicates that taking the dagger means that it's going to kickstart the catastrophes to happen. So at that point, you could definitely say that Lara should have just listened to the mural and then left it. If she didn't take the dagger, Trinity would have taken the dagger anyway. So the catastrophes would have happened anyway. But if Lara had left it there, then of course the blood would be on the hands of Trinity, not on the hands of Lara. So they wanted to have Lara be the one who made the decision to take the dagger and kickstart all this off as well. And the thing about that too is that it's not the first time in the franchise that Lara has actually triggered something by taking something. In Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation, which came out in 1999, there's actually a amulet of Horus that she takes out of a tomb, and the act of taking it out of the tomb triggers the apocalypse. And so she has to basically prevent the apocalypse from happening. So this game takes a similar approach with that, but has a different detailing of what it actually is and what's required and all that kind of stuff. So Lara needs to find the silver box of E-Shell to combine it with the dagger of Shack Shell and prevent the world from being destroyed. And the whole thing about that is that there's a few options. So the catastrophes can just be let to happen, and then nothing gets done, and then the world just gets destroyed. That's one option. Another option is to take the power of the sun that's tied to the dagger and the box and actually remake the world the way that you want it. So if you wanted the world to be a wasteland where only you and your friends survived, you could make it happen. If you wanted to bring back people that you had lost in your life, you could actually bring them back to life. Things like that. Or the other option is to sacrifice that power to remake the world the way that you want it to and allow the world to just keep existing the way that it does. So they're the three options that you actually have. And so obviously with the power of the sun, what Trinity wants to do is remake the world the way that they want to have it remade. And we meet another group of people later in the story, led by Unuratu, who actually want to sacrifice the power of the sun to make sure that the world stays as it is. Whether you remake the world or you let it stay as it is, the catastrophes will stop. However, obviously, depending on who's in control and what they decide, it could be a good thing or a bad thing. That the world still survive, but maybe it would be turned into a nightmare world that, people who don't want it to be like that would be like, fuck this, but they can't do anything because the person in control of the power is the one who decides how the world gets changed. And so Trinity wants to do the changing of the world, whereas Unuratu wants to do the restoring of the world to keep things the way that they are. And that's the two forces that are fighting over the power of the sun as well. And this all ties into the theme of the trilogy of sacrifice versus loss and all that kind of stuff too. But yeah, there's a whole lot of different stuff to this story and all that kind of stuff. But that's a bit of a general overview of what's actually at stake and the two sides and also the repercussions of certain outcomes. Hey there, Brew. Welcome on back. We are indeed back. Absolutely. Hey there, Keone. Welcome on in. Yeah, damn, leaving us on a cliffhanger. It's so funny to think that there was a time where people would go to the movies and they would see a series and they'd go and they'd watch an episode and the episode would end on like a cliffhanger. And then they had to wait a week and then go back to the cinema/theater to actually watch it. And what would usually happen is that at the end of one episode, the people would be trapped, for example, inside a ship that sinks, right? And they're crushed or they're prevented from swimming away. And that's where the episode would end. And then a week later, when people came back, they'd show the same thing again, but they'd show something different that wasn't shown that would act as like a savior type of thing to the characters. So a character might have had a special device that we didn't see them have at all ever in the entire series, but they just so happened to have this device in the episode that took place after the cliffhanger where you thought they were going to die, and they used the device and then they're all safe. You know, of course, Indiana Jones was heavily inspired by those kinds of things that they called serials and all that kind of stuff. Way before my time. I just know it because of some of the knowledge I have of film history and all that kind of stuff. But Indiana Jones was inspired by those serials like Zorro and The Phantom and all those sorts of things that were done years ago. And yeah, so imagine having to actually wait a week, but also having to go specifically somewhere to see the next episode, instead of what eventually happened after that, which was you had to just wait a week, but you could then just see it without having to go somewhere else. And then now you can just binge watch the whole friggin' thing in one hit, not actually have to wait for stuff. So if you ever got teleported back to a past time period, there's certain things that you'd have to forego being able to do that you know, you might not think about first. But technology and, you know, how medicine has evolved and stuff, you know, it might sound cool to go back to a time period where certain things were a certain way, but you also have the negative aspects where it's like, if something happens to me, I don't have as good a chance of surviving as I do in my own time period because of the advancements in medicine that haven't happened in whatever time period you would go back into, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah. Wicked. So in your opinion, Shadow is more fleshed out core concept of Last Revelation? In a way, yeah. Yeah, because I mean, in Last Revelation, there's no real repercussions for it. Like, there's no floods, there's no landslides, there's no people dying from it. We see locusts attack, and Von Croy gets possessed by what's his name? Seth or Set, whichever one you want to call him. But yeah, there's no actual like people dying as a result. Whereas this fleshes that idea out more, where it's like it's a wider kind of like problem that happens. Whereas in Last Revelation, it's a bit smaller in scale in a way. But make no mistake, in that game, if Lara hadn't have done what she did, then the world would have eventually, you know, gone into an apocalyptic sort of state as well.
Dr. Pedro Dominguez is an archaeologist and expert in pre-colonial Maya history. My father mentioned him in his notes more than once. That's the lead Jonah and I were following up on when we came to Cozumel. His excavation in Cozumel was one of the last places my father visited before he was killed. If there is a connection, I want to find out what it is. I thought that Dr. Dominguez was only the leader of the local Trinity cell. I never imagined that he would turn out to be the leader of the High Council of Trinity.
Stan, they approached you to play Indiana Jones in movies, you know, but you were too busy with your 1,000 pieces puzzle of yourself. That would have been complex, especially if you lost any of the pieces as well, and especially if you tried to put certain pieces in a certain way that they don't actually fit, but you still just wanted to fit them in anyway. That would be a very puzzling situation to find yourself in.
Miguel!
It was a complete mess. Well, I mean, it all fell apart, I guess.
Could be useful.
All full up. Can't carry any more. Take a drink every time you hear that in this playthrough. Actually, I'm not being fully serious. But the amount of times that you'll hear it in this playthrough, because I like to spam the loot button as I run through.
Hello? Anyone?
Someone should do a mod of this game and actually add the Predator into certain jungle settings. Even if it's just seeing the camouflage outline.
to find them. The Silver Crown Mountain. I'm getting closer. Someone's over there. I have to get to them.
Wicked. Some Predator Easter eggs would be dope. It really would. And also like sound effects as well. And also seeing certain things being targeted with the shoulder cannon targeting system. The 3 dots in a triangle shape.
Fire! Someone must be around. Hello? Jonah! Miguel! Can you hear me? Where are you? The monogram reads PHF. That has to stand for Percival Harrison Fawcett. This is the flight log from our plane. Miguel made notes about the long-term weather forecast. Warm, hot, and dry for the next 3 days. Highs in the low 30s, mostly clear skies with nothing but light rain expected. Based on his other entries, if Miguel had thought the chances of a severe storm were better than half, he wouldn't have flown us at all. But there was no storm predicted, let alone something serious. I didn't know the storm would hit so hard. This is all my fault. I should have listened to Jonah, thought it through. I never should have taken that dagger. I hope no one else was hurt. No other village destroyed. I need to stop these cataclysms before it's too late. Part of the plane landed here. My gear is in that cargo. I'll need to cut it down. Maybe a piece of scrap from the wreck. Damn it.
Alright, so if you just try to go to the campsite and upgrade your knife, even if you already know that's what you need to do, the game won't actually let you. See? No option to do it yet. So the only way to trigger that is you need to actively try and cut one of these ropes first. And then when Lara comments on the fact that she needs to upgrade the knife, then the game will let you do it.
Good, but it's dull. I need to find something to sharpen it.
But obviously you need to get the materials first before she'll actually be able to craft it.
I can use this. Still need more though.
I won't bother showing that because all it will do is just say, you know, I need the resources for it or something similar.
Exactly what I was looking for. Just need a bit more.
Alright, so for the PlayStation version, I don't have all the outfits that I have for the Xbox version. The only reason I'm not streaming the Xbox version is because any Xbox games I stream, there's an audio issue with every single one of them, no matter what Xbox generation they were actually from originally. So for the PlayStation version, I'll need to actually get all the other outfits that I want. None of the ones that I would normally actually use are actually in here. The only ones that are in here are a combination of ones that are from this game, but also from the previous games in the trilogy as well. Like the Adventurer is what we've already seen Lara wear in this game. Survivor is actually the character model from the 2013 game. Remnant Jacket is from Rise of the Tomb Raider. Same with the Commando outfit. That was actually one in Rise that you had to buy at the supply shack, but in this game they just give it to you. And the Desert Tank, she was wearing that at the start of Rise of the Tomb Raider in Syria. Infiltrator, that's one of the ones that's from this game. Or maybe it's also... No, I think that's also in Rise, the Infiltrator. Siberian Ranger is also from that. Same with Shadowrunner. Except... in Rise, she actually has a beanie. And the Wraith skin is from the Baba Yaga DLC for Rise, which in my most recent annual playthrough I didn't actually do, but you actually unlock it through doing that DLC content. And then we have the leather jacket that we saw Lara wear at the start of Rise when she was in London. And the grey Henley is what she was wearing in Rise when she got captured. And the blue Henley is just a variation on that one. Then we have the Angel of Darkness character model from the 2003 game, which is celebrating its 20th anniversary. Tomb Raider 2 character model. Another Tomb Raider 2 character model when she's wearing the bomber jacket. And yeah, so that's all that I've got with the outfits. So I think what I might do for this first stream is actually not have an outfit redemption available for people to use. Simply because I'd rather people have a much wider variety of outfits to actually choose from. Stan, that was one long fight for an old lady. Sorry, which one? Long fight for an old lady. Oh, yes, the Baba Yaga DLC. I got you now. Now I know what you're referring to. Had to think for a moment there, because I'm like, what old lady in these games? And then I'm like, oh, you must be talking about these games. And then I thought, DLC, Baba Yaga. You can't spell that name for your life. Oh, that's fair enough. Skills. Not a big fan of the design for the skill tree in this game, but it doesn't make the game any less enjoyable for me, but it just seems like someone spewed the skill tree on the screen.
That should be sharp enough. Something's still holding the supplies up.
For some reason, in this part, they're preventing me from actually sprinting. For some reason. Don't remember that happening in the Xbox version. But maybe it did and it didn't.
Now I can get my gear back.
Didn't really stand out to me until now. Playing this version.
Why didn't I pack all my equipment together?
Miss Croft? Anyone? Come in.
Miguel? Where are you? Damn. In the early 19th century, this was used to measure the angle between an astronomical object and the horizon for the purposes of celestial navigation. There's an inscription here. To my son, Jack, may you never lose sight of your horizons.
Where is the inscription? I can't see it. Stan, the UI and UX is prettier than Rise, is it? I never really thought about that stuff before. The game still won't let me sprint. Very weird.
Cusco belongs to Hernando Pizarro, rightful representative of the Spanish crown. Diego de Almagro has been captured. Rodrigo Orgones is dead, and the rest of their heretic forces routed. We made a crossing over the mountains and appeared on the coast outside of Cusco. Orgones marched to meet us at Cachupampa, a poor choice for his cavalry. His falconets threw Gonzalo's infantry charge into disorder, but the swampy ground prevented his seasoned cavaliers from true advantage. Our imperial arquebusier breached the river and unleashed hellfire on the opposition. Pizarro and Orgones led their respective cavalries, each merging to a single charging column, all of the men yelling, and met at full gallop. I had never seen such a thing. Somewhere in the chaos of battle, Orgones was shot and unhorsed and killed. They say the coward Almagro retreated from the battlefield atop an ass. Fitting. Excerpt from Alonso Luiz's journal.
Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Calm, that sounds like it was an awesome battle. Yeah. Yeah, it would have been interesting to actually see... I know why they wouldn't have done it, because it would have been a lot of work, but it would have been interesting to have, like, some sound effects even of the fighting that was happening. If not, showing little visual glimpses of, certain aspects of it.
Careful, careful. Wonder where this will lead. Uh. 30th of May. This morning we entered uncharted territory, leaving the sun-bleached bones of dead horse camp behind. It seems the tables have turned on Raleigh, almost quite literally. His bandaged leg has slowed his pace and made him the tail of our party. When Father notices, he slows, turning around to give us both an encouraging smile. His overly eager step betrays his calm demeanor as he rushes past us at the sight of every nearing turn, ridge, or embankment.
There was a movie that I didn't see in full because I was visiting family when they were watching it, but The Lost City of Z was a really interesting movie, and I think it covered this story that we hear in this game. Charlie Hunnam is in it. I think Robert Pattinson is in it as well, and there's probably heaps of actors that are in it that I'm forgetting because it's been a while since I saw it.
May Ergu be the one to chart the path from this life to the next, so that we may all travel safely.
Stan, holy shit, what a cast. Tom Holland, Sienna Miller, Ian McDiarmid, Robert Pattinson, Charlie Hunnam. Yeah, there's just something, it wasn't so much when I was a kid, but as I got older, I became more interested in movies that weren't necessarily like, action or, big adventure kind of things, but more that were set in a time period long past as well, chronicling, things that had actually happened in real life, not in a documentary way, but in a way where it's like, put into a narrative movie, type of thing. But yeah, I should actually watch that movie in full. But then again, there's so many movies that I say that about, and I've said that about for the past few years, and I still haven't gone back to watch them. I've got like a Blu-ray collection that's just gathering dust at the moment. Same with any DVDs I might still have of stuff as well.
What do we have here? That's got to be the way up.
This has got to be a glitch. The game is still not letting me actually sprint. Once we get out of this little tomb thing, I'll actually try something. Because the game should not be stopping me from sprinting.
This seems to describe a hidden chamber nearby.
Alright, so let's see about why we can't actually sprint. So I'm pushing down the right button for Lara to sprint, which is pushing in the left control stick, or L3, and she's not sprinting. Let's see if going out. If it still doesn't correct it, I'm not turning the game off, because when you stream from your PlayStation, it turns the stream off as well. See, now I can actually run, so I had to actually exit to the main menu and go back into the game to get rid of the glitch where I wasn't able to actually sprint. It's like, doesn't Lara have her pickaxe? I guess they wanted me to just rappel down there. Unless this is another glitch that's happening. Where I press the button to use the grapple. She doesn't, but I don't think she has the grapple right now. That's probably why. Yeah, it doesn't have the grapple. No wonder why. Alright, never mind me. We'll have to go back later when we actually get it.
Miguel? I don't like this. Miguel? Where are you? Oh no. Miguel? Miguel? Every part of the world seems to have its own mythical, forest-dwelling bipedal creature. Around here, it's known as the Sisamite, the guardian of the forest. Described as large and ape-like, it's rumored to kill male humans on sight, but takes the females to its cave for mating purposes.
Miguel? Holy shit. Got to be careful here. It's working!
Very, very lucky there. So when that second Jaguar comes at you, you may as well not bother shooting at it because it's scripted to actually do that.
That's part of the wreckage. Jonah! of June. Father's outward enthusiasm is at an all-time high, though I have doubts. In the middle of the night, I have caught the whites of his eyes reflecting moonlight, his stare vacantly locked to the stars. Were it not for all the stories he has shared of the Amazon in the past, I would mistake his gaze as regretful, even mournful. Perhaps it is simply these insects making their way through our head nets causing him such consternation. First of August. Tonight, sleep escapes us. The jungle is angry and the moon is uncooperative. The human imagination wanders endlessly in the dark this deep. I can hear the jungle's breath ruffling behind my ears, its low growl shaking the very ground we lay on, its manic energy rustling through the trees above. Rest has become the lead on our search, finding us at the most inopportune time. I have caught Father dozing off mid-step, and his hand barely clutching his walking stick. We have run out of food and are sustained almost entirely by gathered berries and rainwater. The both of us are far too unyielding to give up. I fear the very stubbornness that led us to this point may also be that which leads us to our early graves.
It's interesting when you think about all the ins and outs of something like a jungle and the experience that people who actually know the land actually has to be able to survive it is definitely something that foreigners, when they're exploring that sort of like area, can definitely get into trouble. And I mean, you would think that that wouldn't happen these days, but you know, there's definitely people who go missing for days on end, and some, you know, luckily get found, others unfortunately not. And some go into situations so unprepared. I think that's something that, with things the way they are nowadays, is much easier if you do your research to actually figure that stuff out. Whereas if you go in there just expecting things to be exactly the same way as they are in other environments, then the environment won't take long to actually show you the error of your thinking. But especially back in time periods where a lot of stuff wasn't necessarily known by the whole world, knowledge that only people who lived there all their life actually knew, but outsiders who had no idea coming in would probably succumb to the most simplest of things in terms of like what the inhabitants would see as a simple thing, but for the outsider it would seem like a very complex kind of thing to actually handle.
The plane! Jonah, are you there? I thought I got you killed.
Hey, do you know what happened to Miguel?
He didn't make it. What's wrong with your arm?
Some sort of parasite. I was looking for some wormwood, but it doesn't grow around here.
Let me see.
Oh, hey, what are you doing?
If we leave it in there, it'll only get worse. Sit.
You sure you know what you're doing?
I had something similar happen to me when I was a child in Egypt. I won't lie, it's gonna hurt.
You think that storm from earlier was the storm? The one from the mural?
I don't know.
I think maybe we should stop and take stock. We've been pushing so hard forward. Flying into that storm.
I didn't think it was gonna be that bad.
Well, I should have insisted we turn back. I mean, I get it. You lock onto a problem and everything else just disappears.
Jonah.
Hey. I'm with you. It's my choice. Most of the time. But if we die, who stops the cataclysms? Who keeps Trinity from doing what they want?
Sometimes I feel like I have to keep going, and if I don't, then I'll just let everyone down. But maybe for the sake of a few hours, we could have turned back.
Maybe we should give him a name.
Okay.
Eli? No, my cousin. He's always trying to get under my skin.
Goodbye, Eli.
Thanks.
We should go. If we can find Kawak Yaku, we can rest for the night.
Sounds good. I think we can see the village through the vines over there.
I'm glad you stayed at the crash site.
Well, if you were out there, I wanted you to be able to find me. I had a flare gun, so...
Yeah, I think Miguel was heading toward it when...
Poor guy.
How'd you manage to get Eli in your arm anyway?
I was trying to figure out if the water was clean. Got my answer. Do you really believe in all that stuff that you said? About the cataclysms? The apocalypse?
I believe that if it is true, it's important enough to die for. Or for Trinity to kill for.
So this is really about revenge?
No. When I took the key, I also felt a power pulling me towards something. It's real.
If you felt a power pulling you when you took the key, is it in your head now?
No. It left me when Dominguez took the key.
If it's that strong, how can you be sure?
Let's just find Kawak Yaku, okay?
Okay. You know, if it was about revenge, I'd understand.
Would you, though? Wouldn't you rather be somewhere warm and dry with a beer, maybe a friendly stranger to flirt with?
Yeah, I would. Like, you can imagine. But I'd still understand.
It's not revenge.
If you don't stop and listen to all this, you miss out on Lara's great psychic prediction there. Wouldn't you rather have a friendly stranger to flirt with and a beer to have? Keep that thought in mind. Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning to you. How's things going for you today? Tomb Raider's going well. I finished off Rise. And so far this game's been going well. I had a weird glitch where Lara wouldn't sprint. So I had to exit to the main menu, then go back in, and then she was able to sprint again. I don't remember having that with the Xbox version. And what I need to do is I need to get the DLC content for this game for the PlayStation version. So later on I'm going to have a look and see if it's cheaper to get the DLC separately on its own, or if it's cheaper to get the game and the DLC, because I'm currently using the PlayStation Plus version of the base game. So if I can get the DLC for cheaper separately, I'll go that route. But if it's cheaper to get the full game and the DLC, I'll just go that route, because it makes more sense to do it like that. Yeah, PlayStation exclusive glitches. Yeah, it's interesting from console to console, the different kinds of things that can happen. You're doing alright, you slept well finally, you're trying out melatonin to see if it'll help you. You went to bed 30 minutes early and woke up 30 minutes early, so we'll see if it keeps up. Well, I'm glad that you're doing alright, and that you're able to get some really good sleep too, as well. Because, you know, when you can, it really can help as well. But hopefully you get some results too with the melatonin as well. Stan, does PS Plus not have the DLC? Not in the version that I'm actually playing, but I don't know otherwise though. I'd have to actually have a look.
It's such a relief to have Jonah back, especially after Miguel. At least Jonah didn't ask what happened. The Jaguars. I don't want him to worry. We have to stay sharp if we're going to get ahead of Trinity.
We can get through here. Give me a hand. You see that?
It must be Kuat Yaku. We have to get down there.
Stan, her nose looks bigger in this game. You know, I have never actually noticed the difference between Lara's nose size from one game to the next.
You sure this is a path?
Come on, stay close to me.
This is definitely not a path. Oh. Oh, God.
Almost there.
Almost there. Heard that before. Oh, got you. You right?
I'm okay. Just a couple more steps.
Okay. Okay.
You all right?
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Now what we saw there is a glitch that if you want to trigger it, here's what you do. You don't move Lara at all. If you move Lara, then she'll be out of the road and Jonah will just go the path that he's supposed to. But if you don't move Lara, he'll actually go in that direction and almost fall off the cliff and then redirect and then go where he's supposed to. You can move the camera, of course, but if you move Lara at all, that won't actually happen with Jonah. I was curious to whether it would happen in this PlayStation version, because I do it in the Xbox version. Ever since I figured out how to trigger it, I always like to show it off. So I wasn't sure in this PlayStation version if it was going to do the same thing, but there we go, I got my answer. Stan, you cannot believe you haven't noticed her nose size. Nose sizes should be the first things we should be looking at when playing a game. Exactly. I think every single game from now on, when you first load it up, should be a 30-minute tutorial going over every single intricate detail of the main character's face to tell you what's different about it than what it was 10 games ago, and give us like a whole big history and show us a time lapse of the nose on the character model's face going from one small size all the way up to the biggest, or the other way around as well. I think that would be something good, and make it unskippable as well. I'm sure speedrunners would love that as well.
What do you think built all this?
It could have been the Inca. They knew a lot about hydraulics.
The bridge is down. Maybe we could lift it with those counterweights.
Maybe.
I hope that this structure is here because we're on our way to that village.
Me too. This depicts the Incan god Kon. He was the son of Inti, the sun god, and Pachamama, the moon goddess. Kon was in charge of the wind and the rain, although in some legends he was only in charge of the weather that came from the south, while his brother Pachacamac was in charge of weather that came from the north.
Pachamama. In Dead Rising 1, Pachamama is actually the password for accessing Carlito's PC, and in Dead Rising 3 that gets brought back again as a word that the orphans that were tied to Carlito's plan in Dead Rising 1 actually for some reason have in their memory from when they were young. Stan, rating should go like gameplay, graphics, story, nose size, it's only fair. Exactly. These are the important things that we need to make sure every player around the world is well aware of before even getting access to the game.
I bet this water is drinkable.
You want to try it?
I think I'll stick to the bottles you found in the cargo from the plane. You know, if I had known how much time I'd spend in the wilderness, I'd have paid more attention in Boy Scouts.
Wasn't your thing?
Well, my family situation meant we didn't get to do a lot of stuff like that. What about you? Ever do Girl Scouts or nature camp as a kid?
Does boarding school count?
I don't know. Does it?
Probably not. But Roth showed me some things. I always preferred the company of adults anyway.
Yeah. I'll miss that guy.
Me too. The Canopa serves as a receptacle for offerings of cocoa and animal tallow. The stuffed canopa is thrown into the farmer's field at the start of the harvest season as a gift for Pachamama, the mother god. It is said, if the present is accepted, the farmer will yield large crops in a successful breeding season.
It's really cool that if you don't do what you need to do one step after the other, that you actually get that dialogue between Jonah and Lara. One thing I love about it is it adds a little bit more liveliness to the interactions between the two, and it also shows how much they're really good friends with one another, but they're also still learning things about each other that they didn't know, about whether or not Lara went to, Girl Scouts, or what she kind of did growing up, and, Lara's interested in what he did growing up and all that kind of stuff. But the other thing is, I like how they mention Roth from the 2013 game. I think that was really cool that they added that kind of dialogue.
With Eli gone, your arm should heal quickly.
Yeah. I feel a lot better already.
This describes something nearby. 2 serpents guard life and death. I lie trapped within their eternal struggle. Cinnabar was used in the ancient past for producing a bright orange pigmentation on ceramics, murals, tattoos, and in religious ceremonies.
Reminds me of sherbet.
Ah.
Did something. I think the water powers the bridge somehow. The water's filling the bucket.
Good. Let's see what those counterweights do. The bucket's leaking.
Come on back. We'll try again.
Okay, Jonah. You can let go.
That's it. Let's get across.
Guess we go through here.
After you. What's that?
I think it's some sort of sealer or... Help me with this.
Sure. What is it?
It's a recipe. Seems to be a mixture of herbs. It could help if we run into any more jaguars.
Let's hope we don't. Way out is over here.
Lucinda say, how much of this do you remember from a 100% perspective? Does the game have in-game ways of telling you where things are? So I do remember some stuff, but sometimes it's just autopilot because I'll just run around the environment spamming the loot button. So that's one method I guess you could use. But there's also instinct mode. So it's basically eagle vision, and that'll actually point out things in the environment. Some things will actually shimmer on the ground. There might be something that's buried under the ground, and you'll see like a flashing, shimmering kind of effect over it. You also get a upgrade to one of your skills, so you can actually see better certain specific items like relics and things like that. And then there's even one in this game where you can actually see challenge elements. So you might have 5 things to destroy, and you can get an upgrade so that in instinct mode you can see those better, and it points it out to you more as well. Plus you also find some like maps around, and they'll show up stuff on the map as well. Yes, there's quite a few different things. The unfortunate thing about this game, and it's also the previous two, is when you go into instinct mode, it's also something to show you where your next objective is. However, you might be using it just to see what there is to loot. And every time you use the instinct mode, maybe not 100% of the time, but the character keeps making comments about where to go, which is helpful if you're wanting to know where to go. But if you already know where to go and you're just wanting to see what's around the loot, it gets annoying where it's like, I need to go over here. It's like, yes, game, we know. You can actually change settings related to that, but even if you change the settings to be very, very like low on the hints, it'll still happen. So it's like, Jesus Christ. So after a while for me, it sort of just, blends in with the background, but it can be annoying though, if you're not actually looking for where the objective is.
We're getting closer to the village.
I can't wait to get back to civilization.
I don't have enough space for that.
I don't have enough space for that. I'm all full up. I can't carry any more. We'll hear that a lot too.
Impossible. I can't carry any more.
Lucinda, you know how they can fix that? Just giving you a waypoint. You don't see a HUD though, so that's probably why. That's true. Yeah. It's interesting what games that naturally have no HUD, that when I'm playing them, I never even think about the fact that they don't have one. Yet when I'm playing the Assassin's Creed games without a HUD, I'm like, fuck. I've played these games so many times, but I don't know specifically where things are without any guidance from the game in terms of like HUD. But for this style of game, it's just like, oh yeah, this is just natural.
I don't have enough space for that.
These are different from the ruins in Mexico. Do your dad's notebook say anything about Peru?
No. I mean, there is supposed to be a secret city of gold in Peru. Paititi. Every treasure hunter on Earth is looking for it. But Dad's notes stop in Mexico. Like he lost interest or...
Or?
I don't know. The next volume picks up in Syria.
A passageway. That's promising. Remind me how the riddle goes again? Chase the heart of the serpent...
To the silver-crowned mountain where the twins confer.
How far do you think it is to Kuakyaku?
Assuming we're going the right way, hard to say. But the irrigation system is a good sign.
Right. People were here at some point. Let's just hope they still are.
Okay, game, yes, I understand the concept of perception in this game.
These two gods are the rulers of the Maya underworld, Xibalba. literally the place of fright. Vukub Kakwish, whose name means seven macaw, was a monstrous bird who was said to carry the false sun in his beak. His subordinate was Hunkame, which means one death. They are both defeated and killed by the hero twins after challenging them to various sports and games in which both sides cheated. Vukub Kakwish lost his game of darts when the hero twins used blowpipes.
They were cheats and swindlers. Listen, you come to depend on the HUD. I do too, in a lot of different ways, because it just becomes ingrained in your perception of the game. And so doing a no HUD playthrough of certain games I have to rewire my thinking in a way to be like, right, I need to focus more on the actual environments and all that kind of stuff to know where to go. Like in Assassin's Creed, recognizing what certain buildings look like, and then being able to think to yourself, okay, I know what the building looks like, but which direction do I need to look in from where I currently am to be able to see it? And sometimes you might have buildings obscuring it from where you are, so then you have to think, shit, I have to reposition myself somewhere else in the game world and then see from a different angle where the thing is that you want to go to. And with Assassin's Creed 1, while it was kind of like frustrating sometimes, it was much easier to be able to climb up to the top of a viewpoint and look out and notice, that's the top of the bureau. This is another viewpoint, because you can see an eagle flying around it and all that kind of stuff. Whereas in Assassin's Creed Unity, with Paris as a city, you have some buildings that obscure other buildings, and so you have to remember what an actual block of buildings look like amongst all the other blocks of building in the entire city, and then figure out, okay, where do I want to go and how do I get to it from here? And you might know how to get to it from one part of the city, but when you're in a different part, you don't necessarily know. So it can take a longer time. Hey there, Chris Nephilim, welcome on in. Oh look, the best and most Tomb Raider game in the Unfortunate Trilogy. Hey there, Chris. Yeah, it's definitely understandable to not like the new games in the series. But yeah, I'm a fan of both versions of Lara, so I like both.
Whatever weapon these were attached to has rusted away in the jungle's humidity. There's something etched on them. Can barely make it out. P.H. Percy Fawcett. But we must be thousands of kilometers from his last known position.
Hey there, Viper. Welcome on in. Chris, you love Shadow though. Minus one scene later in the game, but this is the best was done in this trilogy for sure. Yeah. I like this game. I like the theme of sacrifice versus loss and how that plays into the whole thing with the dagger and the box and the sun, the power of the sun and all that kind of stuff.
I found something. There might be a way in.
If it's not civilization, I'll wait here by the fire.
This gear is early 20th century. That starched shirt Fawcett may be getting all the attention, but I know his time is almost up. The world will remember the Timothy Walker as the man who finally found the lost city of El Dorado. We've set up camp in a canyon. It was a grueling journey to get this far. We'll rest here a few days, get our bearings. Some of the men need patching up, and I wouldn't mind one good night's sleep. The men say something came through the camp last night. The jungle is getting to them. I keep telling them that we're close and we need to keep it together. One of the scouts has found a temple of some kind up ahead. We'll start construction of bridges and ladders this morning and head out from camp this afternoon.
Calm, first-person games can be very fun, no HUD. Yeah, that's something I haven't even looked at before with first-person games. I looked at Red Dead Redemption 2 without the HUD, and if you take all the HUD away, you don't even have an aiming reticule. Now, for me, I couldn't play through that game without at least having the aiming reticule. So if I was to do a no HUD playthrough with that, I'd probably have to come up with something different to call it, because I'd still have to have the reticule. Because, I just couldn't. I mean, maybe auto aim would assist even easier, so maybe I could, have that with Red Dead Redemption 2, but it's something I have thought about, but haven't really put any practice into, though. Chris, are you playing with no hints, etc.? I've just got it on normal difficulty. Didn't change anything specifically. I do like how you can sort of make the difficulty across the board on every aspect one difficulty level, or you can sort of mix and match and that. But I'm just playing through on whatever they call the normal version in this game. Calm. That'd just be crazy, I mean, if you're someone that's probably familiar with aiming weapons in real life, maybe it would be easier to do a game like Red Dead Redemption 2 without having a reticule, because obviously in real life you don't have a reticule that's in front of you showing you where your shot's going to land, unless you're using a laser sight, obviously, but I just couldn't see myself playing Red Dead Redemption 2 without at least having the reticule. Everything else is, pretty fine, because there's other ways of recognizing things in the environment.
All full up. Can't carry any more.
There we go. Finally got Lara to say it. All full up. Can't carry any more.
Someone there.
What an incredible sight. Damn this place. Damn this forsaken jungle. It holds a jewel just out of reach and then sweeps your legs out from under you. We've almost made it across that bottomless pit. Some kind of altar beckons from the other side, under a giant stone face that seems to mock our efforts. Something attacked the camp. Some men claimed it was panthers. Others said something more sinister. Half the crew insist on abandoning the expedition. I had to dress one man down, made an example of him. All I need is one more day. One more lousy day. Something just moved up ahead. They must have abandoned this place in the middle of building it. That should hold. Made it. Under the watchful eye of one of the Lords of Death lies the gate to Xibalba, where all must travel when transitioning from this life to the next.
Eagle's Perch. Increase climbing skills to traverse the environment with more speed. There we go, Tomb Raided.
Find anything?
Another of those Maya altars, and...
And what?
An old camp gone to ruin.
We should keep going.
Right. Impossible. I can't carry anymore.
I think we can get out that way.
Jonah, help me with this. On 3, 2, 1.
Let's leave Jonah hanging for a bit.
Lara, are you okay? Lara!
I don't have enough space for that.
Lara, are you okay?
All full up. Can't carry any more.
Lara, are you okay? Lara! Lara, are you okay? Lara!
I don't have enough space for that.
Lara, are you okay? Lara!
Are you okay?
Help me with this.
Your back looks bad. I'm gonna go make camp.
This scene is one of my favorite scenes in this game.
Let me take a look at that. It's not pretty. You know, with everything we've been through recently, I've been thinking about my brother. I always try to protect him. From my father. From himself. But I lost him.
You did everything you could.
If I had been in the right place, at the right time, he would still be here. If I had eyes in the back of my head.
You can't protect everyone. Thank you.
I miss him.
I know. My parents. I miss them too. I had a dream about my mother recently.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. It was so vivid. When I was little, my father used to keep things from me. Hide things. About her, especially.
Why would he do that?
After she died, he thought they'd cause me pain. It didn't stop me from looking for them, of course. I still have so many questions.
Your dad created as many mysteries as he solved.
Dominguez said that he would use the silver box of Ixchel to remake the world. If you had that power, what would you do?
Panic, probably.
You wouldn't go back to when your brother was alive and be with him again.
And lose everything else? No way. I like this world. It's not perfect. But everything I love now is in it.
Claim her treasure. The adventurer Lara Croft must outwit the king, reach the Forbidden Tomb, and solve the mystery of the White Queen. The way will be fraught with trials.
Lara, are you doing your maths homework?
The adventurer should not dally any longer. In a minute, Dad! The high walls of the castle beckon, taunting. Strange beasts cross our hero's path. Hard to tell if they're bloodthirsty. The White Queen, locked away, but not forgotten. The excavation will soon reveal the secrets of this site. Our hero could shoot a fly of a cart at 100 paces. Deadly accurate, for the most part. This looks like a figure from that game Mum and Dad used to play. But why is it out here, in the playground? There's an A scratched in the bottom, for Amelia. I miss you, Mum.
Chris, the writing improved so much in Shadow over the previous two. There's humanity, normal interaction between them. They feel like real people who have a friendly relationship. I think, too, you have a very different circumstance because there's no sort of like threat looming over their heads in the sense of there's an enemy out there about to attack them. So it gives more time for the characters to actually interact with each other without some kind of like external thing interrupting them and all that kind of stuff. But there's definitely a lot of things in the previous two games that I think are really well done with the story and the writing as well. But it is good to get moments where the characters can just relax and actually have conversations. Earlier in the game, I let the dialogue play out when Lara reunites with Jonah, and there's that conversation where they talk about, well, growing up, did you go and do Boy Scouts or anything like that? And Jonah was like, how about yourself? Did you go and do Girl Scouts or stuff like that? Getting to know each other about, even though they're friends for many years, there's definitely things that they didn't know about each other. And then they also mention Roth and the fact that they both miss him, and things like that. which I appreciated as well. Harbinger, you can't die here. Well, that's the thing. Now you're going to have to wait probably 15 minutes before I can redeem that for you, dude. So the joke's on you, really. But thanks for redeeming that. Kill Bandit. That is so generous of you. Thank you so much for the gift sub to Harbinger. That's excellent. Thank you for doing that. That's great. And congratulations, Harbinger, on getting the gift sub. So that brings you to 3 months in a row. That's awesome. Thank you so much for that support, Kill Bandit, and of course Harbinger as well. And for everything too. Cheers, Kill Bandit. Appreciate that. How's things going for you today? So it's interesting with games that do a flashback to when a character was younger. So here's a little history lesson that I'll give. So people who've only played the Uncharted games might be going, hang on, they stole that from Uncharted 3. They stole that from Uncharted 4. No. In 1999, there was a little game called Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation, and at the start of that game, it flashes back to Lara in 1984, when she was younger. And then in Tomb Raider Chronicles in 2000, there's also some levels that take place back. However, in 1989, there was a movie called Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, and in that movie, at the start of the movie, it flashes back to when he was younger. So if anything, Uncharted copied off Tomb Raider, which copied off Indiana Jones. I'm only half serious about the copying thing because each franchise is individually distinct from the other. You can't confuse Indiana Jones with Tomb Raider, and you can't confuse Indiana Jones with Uncharted, and you can't confuse Tomb Raider with Uncharted or Tomb Raider with Indiana Jones. You know, there's just so many differences aside from the similarities that tie them together. You're going so-so again, Kill Bandit? Oh no. Another day in a row of that. Hopefully it's a better day.
The Forbidden Tomb calls out. I have thought about it many times, and I'm still adamant that Lara be spared from this terrible grief, as you call it. Having her constantly thinking about her mother will only be more painful. It is better for her to be a child and not be burdened by such heavy thoughts. If you do not desist in this campaign of yours, I will not hesitate to terminate your employment at Croft Manor. Looks like there's something up there, in the crow's nest. The treasure is revealed. I think this is from when we walked the El Memsha. I don't remember much, except for how spicy the bazaar smelled. Mom looks so happy. So does Dad. It's not fair. Why did she have to die?
That photo of Lara's mother, Amelia, always reminds me of Evie from The Mummy from 1999. And I'll just bring up a image to share in chat just to show. There we go, that link should work. So that's a screenshot from The Mummy from 1999 of the character Evie, played by Rachel Weisz. Obviously the hat is a different like color and everything, and she's not wearing the exact same kind of thing. She's actually got like a jumper, it looks like, or whatever you would call that, a cardigan maybe. But it's similar in terms of like having the scarf around the neck with a striped collared shirt. Oh yeah, Calm. Yeah, I like the 1999 one better than the two sequels that they did. But out of the two sequels, I actually kind of preferred The Mummy Returns. However, having said that, I think it was good in the third movie to have a whole different mummy from a different culture. Because doing Imhotep twice, while it's not overly terrible in doing that, in many ways it did feel a bit samey. I mean, in The Mummy 1999, for example, you have the big giant wall of sand that Imhotep creates that has a version of his face that's inside of it and opens up his mouth to swallow the enemies, well, his enemies. And then in the sequel, The Mummy Returns, you have a similar thing, except it's a big tidal wave of water and that kind of stuff. But yeah, the third movie was interesting, but I feel that the fact that Rachel Weisz didn't return, because apparently the script was not as good as she was hoping, and I think too, using the plot again of having their son was kind of something that put her off, which is understandable, and I think sometimes that's a bit of a crutch storytelling to do that kind of stuff. But the second movie is probably the best sequel out of the two sequels that we got to it. It was Calm, yeah. So they were all with Brendan Fraser playing Rick. In the third movie, though, they changed who played Evie to, is it Maria Bello, I think is her name. But it was just a bit of a mixed match. Like, she's not a bad actress or anything. It's just that Rachel Weisz did such a great job at cementing herself as Evie in the way that she played the character that it feels like a different character. I mean, as much as it would have been kind of cliche, it probably would have been better if they actually had Evie and Rick divorce and that Maria Bello played a new person that came into his life. That probably would have been a bit better, having to recast. Listen, do you think you're going to do more Black Flag today? You can't say you've ran out of stuff to do, but you're down to just the Uncharted fragments and chests and treasure maps that give you money. Well, that's cool, Lucinda, yeah, because there's so many of those too that you can explore. I mean, there's like 46 of those chests in the Uncharted category that you can actually find, so that's definitely a lot as well. But that's cool. You know, I'm glad that you're enjoying it. You know, and that's the thing too, like having played the other games in the series before, you're definitely getting that tactile immersion with the evolution of the game from one to the next. Yeah, you can do those any time, but you can't do anything else until you continue this story. That's true, you know. But you've done well, and all the stuff that you've done to upgrade the ship is definitely gonna help you as well. And if you decide to take on the legendary ships, you can conceivably take them on and defeat them without fully upgrading everything. But if you want to go that extra mile, you can still upgrade everything to its fullest and that. But yeah, if you do decide to take on the legendary ships, yeah, they can do things that your ship can't do and that other enemy ships can't do. They're definitely programmed to be, you know, unrealistic as fuck. You know, so many turns they can do very quickly and U-turns and things like that. It's just ridiculous. And they each have their own strengths and weaknesses too, as well. But yeah, when I do the legendary ships in that game, to make it more tolerable, I fully upgrade the ship. But you can actually take it on without all the final upgrades that require a plan to upgrade them with.
The floor gives way. Lara tumbles into the darkness. Amazing. Croft has entered a burial chamber that has not been disturbed in millennia.
Another interesting thing about this flashback sequence is it makes me remember when I was a child and using imagination to take objects that obviously are not the thing you're imagining them to be, but having the imagination kicking in and making a stick turn into something different, like it might be a sword, or taking a ball and turn it into like a crystal ball that you're finding, or you know, all that kind of stuff. And I remember I used to love exploring underneath the house of my grandparents. And I think partly the reason why I liked doing that was because when I was 5, I played games like Legend of Zelda on the NES. And I think, you know, I wouldn't condone people, you know, to reenact things that they see in video games, but it was safe when I would actually reenact these things as a child. I wasn't putting myself in danger, like, you know, jumping off of something really high and breaking my leg or something like that. But at the same time, going underneath a house when really young, and I'm surprised I didn't get bitten by a spider or anything like that, especially, you know, living in Australia. Okay, so I don't think I'm forgetting anything. At least on this side of things.
Lara climbs out over a lake of bubbling lava. Sir, I understand these last few years have been more than difficult for you. We all miss Amelia terribly. However, I worry Lara has begun to forget what little she knew about her mother. A terrible thing. I realise it is not my place to pry, but have you reconsidered talking to her about Amelia? My belief is that it would help you get over your tremendous grief, and bring you two closer.
Alright, so just to provide the context, this is the letter from Winston that prompted Lara's father to write a response letter to Winston that we actually read first. So I'll just reread these so that they make sense in chronological order.
Sir, I understand these last few years have been more than difficult for you. We all miss Amelia terribly. However, I worry Lara has begun to forget what little she knew about her mother. A terrible thing. I realise it is not my place to pry, but have you reconsidered talking to her about Amelia? My belief is that it would help you get over your tremendous grief, and bring you two closer. I have thought about it many times, and I'm still adamant that Lara be spared from this terrible grief, as you call it. Having her constantly thinking about her mother will only be more painful. It is better for her to be a child and not be burdened by such heavy thoughts. If you do not desist in this campaign of yours, I will not hesitate to terminate your employment at Croft Manor.
There we go. So that's the letter that Lara's father wrote back to Winston in response to the letter that Winston wrote to him. Now, realistically, why these journals are just lying out in the backyard, I have no idea. It reminds me of the Resident Evil games where enemies will have correspondence telling their plans about what they want to do, and they just leave them out in the open for anyone to just come across and read. Namely, the subjects that they're talking about trying to trick or set up ambushes for. It's like, right, that's a great idea. Write down your plan of what you want to do and make sure that the person that you're planning against is able to read it before you're able to actually do what you say.
Fresh graves. The king does not take kindly to trespassers. The castle gates are well guarded. There's a reason our hero doesn't use the front door. was it Dad said? Carnations first appeared where the Virgin Mary's tears fell.
The same thing happens in Diablo 3. You loot diaries of the main villains in which they explain their plans. It's not exactly the same, but it reminds me in Monty Python and the Holy Grail, where they build the big giant rabbit, which is supposed to be like the Trojan horse. And they build it and everything, and they send it to the French knights. Meanwhile, King Arthur and his men are observing this all happen, and then they're like, okay, what's the next part of the plan? And he's basically like, well, during the middle of the night, we jump out of the giant rabbit, and then they realize that the next part of the plan that was supposed to be them inside the rabbit, which they didn't know about because I think it was Bedivere, didn't even tell them that before they built the damn thing. They're like face palming. It's like, yeah, nice plan there, Bedivere.
Now for the real treasure in the Forbidden Tomb. Our hero must be quiet to avoid alerting the king.
What does Lara have to do with any of this? She's in her room doing her homework.
She hasn't much time. The Kingsguard will never expect Croft to climb the castle. The castle tower is taller than she thought. Our hero continues climbing, looking for another way in. Our hero spies another entrance. Shoo! Go on! Young Lara confronts the extraordinary height and danger and pushes it from her mind. Almost there. She recovers her footing and her goal. Now, onward to the Forbidden Tomb.
Holy Grail, one of the greatest movies of all time. You love that one. I do too. I would have been about 14 when I actually saw that for the first time. And I went down to the video store and rented it. And I just couldn't stop laughing. It was just so funny. And as I got older, there was more and more stuff that I actually recognized and noticed that went over my head. Because there's just so much going on. And that was the great thing about Monty Python is you can literally choose one actor out of the whole cast and just look at them the whole movie. And you will completely not notice so much stuff that the other actors are actually doing that you could go through the movie multiple times just focusing on one actor's character, no matter what character they do. And then you'd watch it again and focus on a different character. You'd be noticing so much stuff that you never noticed before. There's just so much stuff in their movies and their shows and stuff like that. Lucinda totally in a room doing homework. Exactly. I mean, this is homework. It's Croft Manor, which is her home. It's work, climbing the outside of it, So technically, Lara's doing homework. Not the type of homework that her father is expecting her to be doing, but, it's still work at home, homework.
These parapets are damaged. She'll have to squeeze through. She's so close. She can almost touch it. But an invisible force field stands in her way. There must be another entrance. Our fearless adventurer has reached the summit.
Alright, Lara, now you need to synchronize your viewpoint.
At last, she spots a way in below. She will have to be careful. Why do I do these stupid things? Shit!
Shit!
Chuckles at her audacity. She's close now.
Lara, make sure there's a haystack there next time. Might make the fall a bit more tolerable. Listen, they're just missing the sound of an eagle. Oh yeah. Plus, like, speeding up the camera movement a bit and actually making the camera go out real wide as well with some music playing over the top of it. So even though you don't have to interact with every single thing to go towards getting the 100%, I still want to interact with everything because I'm treating this annual playthrough not just as collect everything to get the 100%, but also want to try and hear as much dialogue as possible. So there will be some things that I'll be interacting with in this segment that aren't related to the 100%, but just give more dialogue and commentary from Lara about what she's examining.
At last, she enters the Forbidden Tomb. Wow. By night, the Great Bat stole the Queen at 30 North and 90 East. From her pen, she wrote her heart. With light, unlock her love's release. I wonder if the White Queen is lonely. The head of King David. From a shepherd to a king. Imagine that. This enigmatic illustration, recovered from a cursed and empty mausoleum, might be what our brave adventurer needs to finally find the lost treasure of the White Queen. She's managed to decipher the ancient text and has found a series of clues. A set of coordinates, a giant bat, and a series of game pieces in a line. The intrepid Lara will have to figure out what they all mean. The Cup of St. John. The note said 90 degrees east and 30 north. The Cup of St. John. The apostle had been given a chalice of poisoned wine. But after his blessing, the poison transformed into a snake, and he drank the wine unharmed.
Clever magic trick. We need to get a scientific team to analyze the wine to see if there was even any poison in there in the first place. And if there was poison in there, maybe it's because they knew what the person was allergic to. Or maybe they didn't know what the person was allergic to. And so the other person who decided it was poison was just allergic to it. Back then they didn't know about allergies, and so it was just like a big conspiracy thing.
This is an old game. 2 shields and a white crown. Could that be the White Queen? A Byzantine scroll. Justice is the constant and perpetual wish to render everyone his due. Emperor Justinian. This is Egyptian, an evil eye box. The contents were meant to help sustain and provide for people in the afterlife. The Sun King, Louis XIV, married Maria Theresa, ending a long-standing war between France and Spain.
Anything is possible, I guess, lol. This is so true, you know. Imagine being able to go back in time and actually see certain things as they actually happened. And being able to use technology that you bring with you to actually, you know, examine things and all that kind of stuff.
The poor Queen, Maria Theresa, died a painful death, to which the king said, "This is the first trouble she has given me." I bet the poor thing could hardly see out of that chanfron. Mid-14th century barding. Germanic, I think. I can't imagine how heavy those bardings were. Those poor horses. The king and the White Queen. There's something in the shields. A quotation from Chaucer. What is better than wisdom? Woman. What is better than a good woman? Nothing. Where are the white pieces? With light, unlock her love's release. It worked.
You're trying to motivate yourself to play hardcore Resident Evil 2 remake for the last 2 achievements, but you feel so tired after 9 playthroughs in 1.5 months. I don't blame you, Harbinger, you know. And the thing about doing that kind of stuff is it can be very easy to get burned out on it. And there's been some games where I haven't been burned out on it to the point of never wanting to play it again, but there have been games where I've had to have months and months and months and months between replays in order to actually be able to have a fresh feeling with the game again.
Croft has entered the forbidden mezzanine. She'll have to be careful. I just wanted to thank you for your discretion, as well as the work you have done. The vault has been constructed exactly to my specifications. The final payment will be sent at the end of the week. The delay was due to an accounting error, which has now been rectified. Yours, Richard Croft.
So in Rise of the Tomb Raider, there's a DLC called Blood Ties. And if you do that DLC, it's Lara basically in her mansion, and her uncle, the brother of her mother, Amelia, is actually the one who's in charge of the estate, the Croft estate. And when Lara wants to actually go somewhere, she basically has to get any money that she wants to draw from her own estate. She needs to get permission from her uncle to be able to do that. And because Amelia's mother went missing, even though she's dead, there's no body, right? However, what the family doesn't know is that Richard actually retrieved Amelia's body and had it brought back to England, and had actually created a mausoleum well, there was already a mausoleum there, but it was created and to store, the coffins of all the, past Crofts who had passed away. And it turns out that her mother was buried in a crypt in that part. And so that provided proof for Lara to be able to say that she has a right to basically use the money of the estate the way that she sees fit. And he doesn't have the right to say, hey, I don't want you spending that money on that or on this and that kind of thing. But in that DLC, you actually find a secret room that Lara's father had constructed. And this is what this is actually referring to in this letter that we're actually seeing right now. As an aside, the 2018 movie that adapted the 2013 reboot, set on Yamatai Island and Lara experiencing what she experienced, in that movie version, they don't just stick to that game. They also include some things from Rise of the Tomb Raider. And one of those things is that Lara's father actually has a room that he constructed in secret, very similar to the one that we see in the Blood Ties DLC for Rise of the Tomb Raider. But also that in that movie, Anna, who wasn't introduced until Rise of the Tomb Raider, is in the movie, and like in the Rise of the Tomb Raider game, she's also someone who actually works for Trinity. So there was two things from the Rise of the Tomb Raider game that they actually incorporated into that movie, which was adapting itself from the first game in this trilogy.
A baby Tyrannosaurus Rex? I wonder if it lost its mother too. A Yatiri, a South American healer.
It's interesting how you can't interact with this, but I don't know, it seems to be Mayan or Aztec or Incan. I mean, forgive my ignorance about which is what the differences actually are specifically. But yeah, we can't interact with this part.
No matter where you stand, these masks seem to stare at you. This looks Mayan. Is it Kukulkan? I wonder who those two dogs are.
There we go. So that's obviously referencing something that is related to Mayan myth. And of course, Kukulkan is the title that is given to Dr. Dominguez in Paititi as the earthly representative of, or representation of him. But it's really a cult that Trinity formed in Paititi, and that Dominguez, since he's the head of Trinity now, he still makes journeys back to Paititi because he wants to keep an eye on things and also make sure that the cult's presence there is, still strong. And that's why Unuratu and her rebels are fighting against the rule of Kukulkan, because they want to actually restore the power of the sun, whereas Kukulkan wants to actually use the power of the sun to remake the world the way that he wants it to be.
Animal skulls, an omen of death and symbols of great change. This is from Colombia, a Xeno chieftain mask. I wonder if these eyes have seen El Dorado. I haven't seen some of these artifacts before. An ossuary. This box contains the bones of the dead. I can't read the inscription. This is the kind of armor that the conquistadors wore during the Age of Discovery. I wonder what they found. A statue of an Ariki from the Cook Islands. 25th Dynasty. The interior of the sarcophagus is incredibly intricate. This looks Greek? No, Persian. I wonder what she's guarding. A Persian lioness. But someone stole her head. I wonder what she was looking at. The death mask of Agamemnon, found in Mycenae. An African tribal mask, made of gold. Ashanti, perhaps. The great bat's wings unfurl. The knight's shield reflects the light beam. There she is! The White Queen. Trapped. I have to help her. Now I can free her. With light, unlock her love's release. Amazing. Her heart pounding, our hero crosses the threshold into the unknown. These are Mum's things.
The path was dark and is guarded by bats, said the Red Knight. The White Queen regarded him with a curious smile and said,
Bats! I'm not afraid of bats. I'm not afraid of anything. Tell me about this.
You and me are riding a T-Rex in Egypt.
Where's Daddy?
At work.
Very, very important. I cannot abandon my responsibilities just on the verge.
You are always on the verge. Your obsession is destroying this family.
Obsession? I'm obsessed.
You are missing your daughter's childhood because you're always in some tomb on the other side of the world. Why can't you be happy with what you have?
Oh, for goodness sake, you don't have to deal with it.
Dad?
Please, for goodness sake, you've got to understand. This is probably the most important one I've arrived at. Well, okay, what do? I have to...
Dad? Dad! Please, Dad. Wake up! Dad. Don't leave me.
Morning. So, Silver Crown Mountain?
Yeah.
I wonder what the jungle has in store for us today.
Whatever it is, we'll handle it.
Hey, it can't be worse than yesterday, right?
So the game here wants you to actually go into the outfit menu. You can't avoid it. And it wants you to select specific things. But the upper body and the lower body, some only have benefits for the upper body, some only for the lower, some actually have both as well. So this one will make enemies take longer to detect and identify Lara as a threat. And the other one it wants you to put on is the Boots of the Empress Jaguar. This gives you upper body awareness. Oh no, hang on, that's right. It's showing because we've got the other one. There we go, yeah. Benefits lower body is reduced noise from running, making Lara harder to detect. Once you select these and you go out, the game will let you actually go back in and change to whatever outfit you already had Lara wearing that you prefer. Lucinda, speaking of outfits, you unlocked the stealth outfit in Black Flag yesterday for completing half of the assassination contracts, so that should help you with the story from here on out. Oh, hell yeah, Lucinda, GG's on unlocking that outfit. I like when games do that, you know, give you something like a reward that can actually come in handy as well. But that's great that you got that.
All full up. Can't carry any more. I don't have enough space for that. This camera belongs to the X700 line. Sam had one of those. I was so jealous. It's just the thing you'd want for an expedition to find a lost monument or civilization. This is proof that there were people coming here as recently as the 1980s. Even when modernity scoffs at them, some legends still manage to inspire people. The lens is cracked. Almost looks as though it was hit by a projectile of some type.
Ugh.
18th of July. I awoke this morning at the sight of my father wringing his handkerchief tightly between his two hands. Wide-eyed and unblinking, he stared in Raleigh's direction. Raleigh had passed. Infection had set into his wounds days ago, and shortly after, fever took hold. Between fits of cold sweats, laboured groans of pain, and demented ramblings, Raleigh had somehow been able to insist on forging ahead. Father had tried to reason with him, telling him to turn back, to let us carry the torch, but Raleigh made it clear. Turning our backs on him would have been leaving him there to die. We forged ahead. We were as far away from civilization as we had ever been, and we foolishly continued to trudge forward. So long, old friend.
Harbinger, you know what? I forgot that you redeemed the rest in peace, Lara, because I was doing the flashback and that, so I'll get that sorted. I'll save it for when we get to the enemies that are coming up, because it'll be a cutscene thing, so it'll be a bit more exciting than just seeing Lara fall off of something.
There's a road.
Let's check it out.
What's going on?
Shit, Trinity, get down.
Damn.
Truck's stuck.
I can see that. What are we doing about it?
Follow my lead.
How the hell am I supposed to know?
What are you doing?
Get back. Hide.
You're the logistics guy, aren't you?
I'm not the one who drove onto a rotting bridge.
Whoa, hold up! I got him. Hold on, they're friendlies. Keep your eyes
Someone
open.
should check back there.
I'll do it.
Put it right there. Make sure nothing can get through. I want this whole area sealed off.
Yes, sir.
If there's anything here, we're gonna find it.
Alright, so Harbinger, earlier you redeemed the Lara dies on purpose. So what I'm going to do is show what happens if you go out of cover here. When I did my no death challenge playthrough, by the way, I actually died one time to what I'm about to show you, and in that playthrough I had to restart the game from the start again. So in honor, well, to honor the redemption that Harbinger redeemed, this is what death animation you'll get, or scene. There we go, Harbinger. Thanks for redeeming that, like, 54 minutes ago.
right there. Make sure nothing can get through. I want this whole area sealed off.
Yes, sir.
If there's anything here, we're gonna find it.
When's the last time this thing was serviced? This is rusty. Don't get distracted, Mendez.
What are we looking for here?
Anything that moves. Anything that doesn't.
They still didn't find that relic. I'd love to be the guy that does.
Not me.
Why not? You'd be a hero.
I'll be dead more likely. No thanks. I'll keep sitting here looking for hostiles.
It's quiet. What's your team doing?
I'll check.
We're not paying them to sightsee.
We'll have to go under.
Yeah.
We know there's the main temple. What we're looking for is any smaller ruins we might have missed before.
Okay.
Really wedged in there.
I'm afraid if we move it, we'll lose it.
We're gonna have to reinforce it.
Bracing us.
Why didn't you test the bridge like I told you?
Oh, I'm pretty sure we did test the bridge first.
Fuck off. I'm not covering for you.
Maybe we can pull it out.
Okay, maybe. Let me think about that.
We can take them.
All right.
You go left. I'll take these guys.
What in God?
Hide.
Dave, Sammy. Guys, I told them to test the bridge first. Son of a... Dave! Dave!
Oh, no, you don't! Fuck you!
Stop! Thanks. You okay?
Yeah. Take this. I hope that's the last of them. That was close.
Yeah.
How'd they know to come here?
I don't know.
Not exactly the civilization I was hoping to run into. My arm is so itchy.
That means it's healing.
I might have liked it better when it was injured.
Oh, I know. I'm just trying not to think about my back.
You know, my grandmother survived a tsunami in the 60s.
What happened?
She lost friends. Her family lost their business. But after that, she could feel things coming. Volcanic eruptions, storms, other things. What was your mother like? You don't talk about her as much.
She was creative, adventurous. I think she was probably the glue that kept us together. After her death, it was more lonely. Do you ever think about going back to New Zealand?
Sometimes. Maybe not as much as Hawaii, but yeah.
Both your homes are so far removed from...
Everything? Maybe that's why I can't stop traveling.
Haven't you almost forgot about it? Well, I actually forgot about it, and then I was like, shit. Lucinda, rest in peace, Lara. Indeed. You think you remember that run? You remember you dying once to going the wrong way underwater and drowning? Or an on-the-rail section or two? Oh, yeah. That one was really annoying because it was the last part of the game, and for some reason, I absentmindedly swam towards the bottom of the ocean floor, or the water floor, whatever you want to call it, where there was fire, and by the time I realized, I tried to get out of it, but the game was too quick to kill me, so I had to restart the damn friggin' thing. There's also a few other parts, like there's a part coming up where I actually died. I think it was the second death of the playthrough, where I absentmindedly was just jumping to make Lara move through the environment quicker, and I mistimed one jump to actually go off the edge, and it was ridiculous too, because it's one of those edges that gets thinner and thinner when it gets to the point, and I jumped on one of the sides of the part that got thinner, and of course it didn't line up with the other thing to jump to, and Lara just fell all the way down. It was this part here. I was just making Lara jump through this area, and I mistakenly jumped when I was roughly about here, and then of course jumped and missed where I needed to land.
Come on, let's go. Could be anything. A pair of monuments or mountains or streams.
I suppose we'll know it when we see it.
Yeah.
Lucinda, stream memories. Absolutely. In fact, here's actually a link to the VODs that I exported to my YouTube channel in a playlist that covers every single stream session of that playthrough. I haven't actually looked at the dates, so I don't know overall from when I started that playthrough to ending it, how long it actually took me. Obviously, give or take the fact that I was only doing it 1 day a week, I think, at the time.
All full up. Can't carry any more. I see people down there.
Hope they're friendly.
I'll let you do the talking.
Alright, I'm just stopping it here because it's about to go into a cutscene. So earlier in the stream, I was talking about how there's a part where if you actually stay and don't progress too far, Lara and Jonah's conversation when they first reunite at the plane, or one part of the plane, there's a line where Lara's like, wouldn't you rather find a friendly stranger to flirt with and a beer to have, you know, instead of doing this kind of thing? You don't actually get that dialogue if you just go directly through that area without stopping and waiting for the dialogue. And I said at the time there that if you do let it play out, Lara is pretty psychic because Jonah is about to meet a stranger that he doesn't know who's friendly, who also starts flirting with him.
Hi.
Do you know if there's a place nearby we can stay for the night?
How'd you get so deep into the jungle? You lose your tour group or something?
No.
There were some guys here before, looking for artifacts. You with them? Trinity.
Definitely not.
I need a break anyway. Come with me.
Oh. I'm sorry to ask so many questions, but the only B&B in town is my place.
Well, you can't be too careful. By the way, I'm Jonah.
Abby, Lara. Come in, have a seat. Carlos, 3. So, what are you here for exactly?
Well, we were following a riddle when our plane went down.
You mean it crashed?
Yeah.
And you just walked out of the crash?
Well, you know, it was cruising pretty low.
We are looking for Maya Ruins.
Mayan. You know you're in Peru, right?
Yeah, long story.
Oh. Thanks. Well, you don't seem like a typical archaeologist.
Oh, she's the archaeologist. I'm just a cook.
Really?
Yeah,
Have you tried any of our local ceviche yet? It's a specialty.
not unless it grows in the jungle.
Oh, don't tell me you missed our famous fish trees. Yeah. Where did you take this?
Mexico. Why?
Oh, I've seen this symbol before. Where? There's some ruins nearby, and a small rock with something like this carved on it.
Do you mind if I take a look around?
Ah, be my guest, but I guarantee they're not Mayan. My people were Inca and proud of it.
Why don't you rest for a while?
You sure?
I promised you a day off.
Well, I'm not gonna say no to that.
Have fun.
You too.
Are you and Lara...
Friends. Colleagues. She's brilliant.
So, you're not...
Oh, no. Nothing like that. No, I'm, pretty single.
Interesting.
So you said you're Inca?
Not me. My ancestors, a long way back. And then they were Quechua, and then after that it gets Mori. I don't even speak the language.
I think I might know what that's like.
Where are you from?
Hawaii, New Zealand.
Which one feels like home?
Both of them? Neither. What about you?
Lived here most of my life. Got my pilot's license in Lima, but when the oil company closed and I heard what was happening here, I decided to come home.
Would you ever live anywhere else?
Yeah. Now that things are under control, it might be nice to travel again.
You into football? It's a pretty big sport around here.
Yeah, I used to play, but things have been a bit busy lately.
Probably for the best. Football's okay, but rugby, there's a real sport.
No way.
You gotta change your mind about that.
I'd like to see you try. Those are some impressive tattoos.
You too. Do you have any others?
Yeah.
What are they?
That's a secret. But maybe you'll find out someday.
There we go. So if you walk away, you don't hear that dialogue between Abby and Jonah. Afro, we crashed. Yeah, I love that. And you just walked out of the crash. Oh yeah, listen to all the deaths in that playlist. Like, holy shit. I should actually put together a compilation video of them. Afro fun, eh? You, rugby. Not a fan of that, Afro? It's into 20 minutes until food time. Then you're getting pizza for dinner tonight. You've got food on the brain. I do not blame you one bit at all. Like, that's definitely a great choice. Pizza is just so delicious. That's awesome. I bet that 20 minutes can't go quick enough.
Si me preguntas, sí, claro.
So yeah, earlier Lara was like, you know, wouldn't you prefer to have a friendly stranger to flirt with and a beer to drink? And here we go. Now, there's this dude over here. The woman next to him will interrupt us automatically, but after that cutscene, I'll interact with the dude, and his dialogue's pretty funny in relation to Jonah and Abby.
You want to make a deal?
Huh.
Ah, hello. Are you here with the excavation team?
No, just passing through.
Okay. If you need anything, the market's in the middle of town. You can resupply before you move on.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Two years I've been working up to never to ask her out. I finally do, and now, who is that guy anyway?
Well, 2 years is a long time to wait to, initiate a conversation with someone. And think of all the things you could have done in that 2-year time if you had actually, tried to initiate a conversation all that time ago. I mean, you could have done so much, dude, in 2 years. Listen, you woke up with your stomach growling today. It's the day before grocery day, so there's slim pickings in the cabinets in the fridge, and your stomach has that extra sensory perception to be able to actually know. Listen, to drop some hints, bro. Yeah, but it's just so funny, but I guess the thing to learn from that is sometimes people just naturally, find each other. It's not something that is forced. But for this guy, well, maybe there's someone else for him.
New here, eh? Get used to doing a lot of nothing. Although drinking and sweating helps to break up the day.
You're not a local?
No, I work a ship that blew into some rocks just outside town. Storm came out of nowhere, sunk the damn thing.
Thank God. The storm barely affected the village. The epicenter was closer to the plain. But it could have been much worse. What have I done? What if the earthquake hits here? Hundreds of people will die. I need to find a way to stop it.
Lucinda, or you could be like Christina and marry some other guy and get mad at you for respecting the marriage. Yeah. What an unfortunate series of events that was, It's like all that time and all those years. It's like Christina, you could have just been like, wait up, Ezio, wait up, and tell him. But it's like, you want me to marry this dude? Fine. I won't tell you that I don't actually want to marry him, but I want to marry you, but you'll have to figure that out on your own. Hey, Cloud Venom. How's things? Listen, how dare you let me marry someone else and read my mind that I actually want to marry you? That's right, and you took so many years to actually come back again. But it's going to be too late, though. You should have come back, like, a few days later, at the very most. Cloud bullet dodge situation? Well, not really, because Ezio and Christina, it's a shame what happened. But I think it would have been cool if they actually got, to spend the rest of their life with each other. Listen, maybe he did end up meeting Sophia. That's true. Yeah, he ended up meeting someone eventually. Alright, I might hold off on upgrading something else. I mean, getting skills. Oh, really, Cloud? Well, I hope you're having a great time. That's awesome, and I hope that the weather's great for it too, as well. That's awesome. Last big adventure before school starts. Well, that's good too, as well, so you can spend time with your son before they have to go back again. So that'd be great. Yeah, things are going well, thanks, Cloud. Things are going good. Had a good week. Burning through the games that I had on the schedule. Like, I've still got over 15 games that I need to get through that I've added a deadline for before the year ends. But we're getting there. After I finish this playthrough, that'll be the finish of the annual 2023 Tomb Raider series, and then I'm going to be doing a playthrough to celebrate Tomb Raider 3's 25th anniversary, and Tomb Raider: The Angel of Darkness's 20th anniversary as well. Plus all these other games too that I want to get done before the year ends. But when I finish this annual playthrough series of Tomb Raider, I'll take the Thursday off the schedule for Tomb Raider and add it to another game that I can put.
Miss Ortiz, your dedication and commitment to the village of Kuwaq Yaku is commendable. However, Porvenir does not accept your charges of responsibility for the terrible state of the village. In fact, the Board of Executives has decided, and your local government representative agrees, if you continue this crusade of slandering our good name, we will have no choice but to take legal action. From the office of Roberto Lavia, Chief Executive Officer, Porvenir.
Hello, Sailcat. Welcome on in. Hope things are going well. Cloud, you've only beaten Rise. That's actually an interesting game in the trilogy, because it was the first game in the trilogy where they could truly go into the, what was then the next gen of graphics and stuff.
All full up. Can't carry any more.
Cloud, you have Tomb Raider and Shadow of the Tomb Raider, but just never made it around to them yet. Well, that's totally fair enough, Cloud, for sure. It's hard to believe, too, that first game in the trilogy actually came out 10 years ago this year.
There's no mistaking that bright golden disk. Inti, the most important god of the Inca. He was the god of the sun, protector of the people, and the provider of warmth and light. Some legends also credit him with teaching humans the ways of civilization, and the Incan emperors were either considered his lineal descendants or physical incarnations of Inti on Earth, depending on which emperor you asked.
Hey there, Ryu. Welcome back, dude. Hope you had a good rest. Woke up from your sleep and you see we've finally moved to the conclusion of the trilogy. That's true, yeah. This playthrough is going to take a bit longer than the ones I did for 2013 and Rise, but that's only because I wanted to make up for not being able to do the 100% playthrough of this last year. So I've got more time up my sleeve to get this annual playthrough of Shadow done. So I'll be able to do the 100%. But yeah, it's good to get to this point with so many months left in the year, because then I know for sure I'm going to fit in the other two priority playthroughs for the series before the year ends, which is Tomb Raider 3 for its 25th anniversary and Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness for its 20th. Oh yeah, exactly, Lucinda. It's damn crazy. It only feels like yesterday that it ticked over to the 1st of August. Hey there, Royal Twix. You like this setting? It's daytime. You can see everything, lol. Yeah, that is very true. At the moment, at least. There will be some more parts where it will be nighttime during the game, but it's definitely good to see Kawakyaku for the first time when you play it, when it is not daytime. Really brings out the vibrancy of the colors and everything. Salcat, summer went fast this year, especially when it rains for weeks on end. Oh yeah. It's interesting what things can make time either feel like it's going slower or faster. Alright, won't be able to get this yet. So there will be some backtracking that I'll have to do. But for this stream I wanted to progress the story up to a certain point. However, I will be doing side missions obviously as well. And there will be a side mission that pops up. So I'll be going off to do that side mission during this stream. Salcat, how is she not getting covered in leeches and piranhas? Well, that's a good question. Luckily in this area of the game there's no piranhas. But those piranhas being one-hit kills basically on you are just so damn friggin' frustrating.
This describes something nearby. Take a deep breath and find me right under another's nose. This cast iron conical mold was mainly used throughout the 60s and 70s to shape small gold ingots. Its unique shape causes the gold to settle at the bottom, separating it from impurities.
What the fuck was that glitch? Don't remember seeing that before. Oh yes indeed, Harbinger. There will be. We will eventually get to those piranhas.
All full up. Can't carry any more.
Es un borracho.
Nunca en mi vida lo había visto tan ebrio como ahora.
Porque solo se emborracha cuando está solo.
Oh yes, Elcat, absolutely. Like, very fast. It reminds me in Assassin's Creed Syndicate where you have that one that you have to chase as Jacob, and they go like triple the speed. Yeah, Lucinda, inventory full. Lara's definitely a trash panda.
Oiga, cuidado. Cuidado por donde va.
It's like that's why you need to carry a backpack.
Omar.
Uh-huh.
They've been working all night.
And? Isn't that what they're paid for? Get lost.
It's on.
Shit, no.
Now fuck off and let me watch the damn game.
What is that?
Sure would be great to get these thieves out of here.
Everything all right?
No. It's all terrible, as usual. These pillagers come to town, hire us to dig up our own relics, don't even pay us a living wage.
And then they run off with them and profit.
We are all desperate here. There's no work since Porvenir pulled out. We're sitting ducks.
And I imagine the storm hasn't helped matters.
What little we had is gone or underwater. I don't know what to do anymore.
I have some experience with these kinds of people. Maybe I can help.
I don't know what good it'll do. Did I catch your name?
Lara.
I'm Victor. If you want to talk to Omar, the executive lead tormentor in charge of theft and pillaging, he's in there.
Thanks.
Be careful. He doesn't like to be challenged.
Piss off, you're spoiling the reception.
Vaya tumulto el que se formó allá abajo. El árbitro le puso fin. No hubo falta.
Oh, I'm sorry, you were watching that. Oh, sorry, not.
Piss off.
Who are you? Looking for work?
Well,
you're out of luck. We have enough people. Marco's in charge of HR now anyway.
Yes, thank you. Do you know where he is?
Where else? The bar.
The answer's the same. Piss off, you're spoiling the reception.
Vaya tumulto el que se formó allá abajo. El árbitro le puso fin. No hubo falta.
Piss off, you're spoiling the reception.
Yes, Elcat. You can't see the game now. Poor Diddums. Maybe if he treated people better, he'd get better reception from people. Let alone reception on the television.
Find someone to replace you. Oh, what? Those sites are dangerous, Marco. Anything can happen.
I'm looking for Marco.
Why? For what?
I just want to talk to him.
He doesn't want any trouble.
I'm not looking for trouble. I'm looking for work.
Work? Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure.
So, you're Marco?
Tell me Omar didn't send you here to mess with me? If any of those animals hurts my son, I'll...
Marco, I'm not with Omar. Believe me. What's this about your son?
I blew out my knee, so Omar took Pablo to replace me at the dig site. Said I was HR now and that it was my job to find a replacement. Otherwise,
he'd keep working your son.
Yeah. I'm worried he's just gonna keep Pablo up there, even if I bring him someone.
Well, it's a good thing you've just hired someone.
You? Really? You do that?
We wouldn't want to disappoint the boss, would we?
Thank you. If you see Pablo, please tell him I'm here.
Someone has barricaded the path. May Waiter's desire for power be sated by the time we follow him to the afterlife.
Waiter, the tyrant. I don't remember Waiter being the name of a tyrant in the Resident Evil series. Wait a minute. That's because this is the Tomb Raider franchise.
Looks like the bridge is out.
Now, come on, game. I knew there was still some slope left, so I pressed the jump button, but the game didn't recognize the jump button.
Oh, shit! Oh god, no!
There, is that better, game? Jesus fucking Christ. Splitting hairs.
This room has fared better than the rest of the cavern, it seems.
I hate it when games pull that bullshit. You press what you need to press to succeed, but the game is like, fuck you. And then you do the same thing again next time and it says, haha, now I'll let you do it. Oh, for fuck's sake. Salcat, please play Bayonetta just for the rage and the QuickTime events. I don't mind some QuickTime events in games, but the ones that happen during cutscenes that you're actually thinking you need to just watch are annoying. Like, I don't mind the ones where it's the same pattern each time, so if you fuck up once, if you remember the pattern, then you can just press the buttons again in the pattern that you want. Or in the pattern that you need to, I mean. Hey there, Adrian. That's right, yeah, already up to Shadow of the Tomb Raider. I finished Rise of the Tomb Raider early in my time and wanted to make a start on this playthrough because I'm doing a 100% playthrough with this. This one you haven't played. You think you've heard it has the most tombs out of the Survivor trilogy? Yeah, you got the tombs that the game has, but then you've got the DLC tombs as well that you can download. If you don't have all the DLC tombs, you can still get 100% with your game. But yeah, once you actually download and install the challenge tombs, then it changes what's required in terms of like how it calculates how much XP or stuff to give you, kind of thing, or how much progression percentage to give you. Adrian, also the outfit is quite reminiscent of Lara's PS1 design. Yeah, when they were designing this particular outfit, they wanted to evoke a similar kind of like color palette as well. Obviously, the styling of the top is definitely very different, but it's sort of like supposed to be reminiscent of that. And of course, the long pants. While Lara does wear longer pants in certain games in the series before the reboot trilogy, mainly the iconic outfit was the short shorts and the socks up high and the boots and that kind of thing.
I don't think I can do it, Vancho. Go on, it's easy. Just grab it and stuff the cherry bomb up it.
Did you hear? They're forcing our kids to work now.
Voy a pasar.
We should do something. Those guys push Marco so hard.
If we don't do something, This is a dedication to Supe, god of death and ruler of Uku Pasha, the Incan underworld. It entreats him to come forth with his legions of demons and to converge on this site, where the local people will do him honor with written poems extolling his greatness or offerings of food and drink. By paying him the respect he deserves in this way, the local people pray he will only take those he must, and not harm any others of their community unnecessarily.
Cloud, show a little leg for us. There you go.
What is that? Oh my god.
Please, help me.
Are you okay?
You're coming after me?
Are you Pablo?
Yes.
It's okay. Your father sent me. He's at Abby's. Go meet him there. I'll take care of these guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Get out of here.
Hey there, Brew. Welcome back. Yeah, still in the jungle, but a different part, different place. Welcome back to you. Listen, that's definitely a little leg. It well and truly is. Looks like a Simpsons leg.
That doesn't sound good.
I'm sorry, I don't know what else you want. I can't hold them if you stay later.
Oh, I think there's a way you can motivate them.
Shit.
What the hell got into him? He used to bring us 10 people a week.
You ask me, it's that brother of his. Always modernization this, justice that. Wow, wow, wow.
Fucking snowflake.
Are the fines here even worth it? They are on the black
Use some backup here.
almost 100% markup. Whatever we get for them.
Nothing to see here.
Of course, this son of a bitch is going to crouch there for 20 years in that spot without moving.
Gotta get to the bottom of this. What doesn't belong here?
All full up. Can't carry any more.
We're sick of this abuse!
Last warning!
We refuse to sit still for this.
This is the last straw! Step.
You better let him go. Now! You can't hide behind your guns anymore.
Back to work or he dies! We refuse to let you threaten us! We're taking casualties!
You're just a lousy bunch of...
Man down!
Shit! We've gotta find something.
All right. Need to get back to the village. Gather your things, I go back to the village.
Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Bless you.
If you don't actually intervene, they will kill these people if you take too long. You still get to finish the quest though, it doesn't fail it. But that is an alternate outcome that can happen. Adrian, Sepei, you've heard of Supai, which was going to be the main villain of Kingdom of the Sun, the early version of Disney's Emperor's New Groove. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's interesting when they decide to not go with something, and it makes you wonder if things would have been different for better or worse if they actually went with what they originally intended. Salkat, they executed that worker. He asked for a pee break. Exactly. Not allowed to go to the toilet when you're working. I'm sure that the employer would rather they just go then and there instead of actually going to the bathroom.
This knife is a cheap plastic replica of those traditionally used to sacrifice llamas in the Inti Raymi or Sun God Festival. It was also occasionally used to perform trepanning surgery. The Inca believed that cutting a hole in the skull could relieve pressure to cure some diseases.
I want the knife, please. Sorry, I couldn't help but throw in a reference to the Eddie Murphy movie The Golden Child, where he takes a prayer wheel that needs to be spun and then a question gets asked, but he does it like a DJ spinning a record. I want the knife, please. You, no sleeping on the job. The fact that you've got an arrow lodged in your head doesn't actually count. Stop being lazy. It's just a flesh wound.
All full up. Can't carry any more.
Adrian, Kingdom of the Sun would have been a more traditional Disney flick. Would have been interesting to see it, especially with the cut-out villain song Snuff Out the Light, but you also really like The Emperor's New Groove, so you wouldn't sacrifice it. That's fair too, as well. Sometimes, although it would be interesting to see how things would have went the other way, sometimes the way that things actually went is actually more satisfying. Adrian, we know quite a lot about Kingdom of the Sun because Sting agreed to work on the movie only if he was allowed to make a documentary about the development process. His wife directed the documentary called The Sweatbox. Haven't actually heard of that before. I mean, I've heard of Sting, of course, and I've heard his, singing and songs when he became a solo artist, but also when he was part of the band called The Police as well. But yeah, I didn't realize that there was a documentary that he'd actually worked on and made.
Pablo told me what you did. I don't know what to say, apart from thank you.
Of course.
You know, many years ago when my grandfather was still a boy, men came here and tried to cut down the wilderness around the village. Everyone was afraid to stand up to them, except my grandfather. A 15-year-old boy with an empty gun stood on the edge of the village and held back machines and men twice his size.
Sometimes the courage of one person can outweigh the cowardice of dozens.
I still have the gun he used to hold them back. I'd like you to have it, as a symbol of courage and my gratitude.
Don't you want to give that to Pablo?
My boy wants to be a doctor, like his mother. Say, what's your name anyway?
Lara.
I'll have a new story to tell now, Lara. Thanks again.
So we get the Riverhawk from doing that.
I'll have a new story to tell now, Lara. Thanks again.
2 years I've been working up to never to ask her out. I finally do, and now, who's that guy anyway?
Time to stop sitting on your ass and do something else. Sitting there and moping about it won't do anything. Adrian, rule 1, never call Lara Croft Laura Croft. I give people a pass who say Laura, but if anyone who does say Laura instead, imagine the name Kara and try and think of pronouncing Lara in the similar kind of way. Like you wouldn't say Cora for Kara. So instead of going law, la, 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 Lara, Lara, la, la. But personally, I don't mind when people do that. Adrian, like the Hunger Games, it's Peter, not Peter. Peter. Afro Lara Croft, eh? Lara Croft. A new brand of cheese created by Lara Croft.
Looks like this is Abby's family tree. Her family has lived in this village for hundreds of years, and it seems as though she's somehow related to most of the villagers.
Alright, so, let's just go back to the campsite for a moment. I'm going to progress the story a bit further, and I'm going to hold off on collecting stuff for now as well. In fact, I won't do any more, like, you know, things related to collecting stuff for the rest of the stream. I'll just focus on getting to a certain point in the story. But I'm definitely getting to the point where I'm going to call it a stream within the next half an hour to an hour. Afro, you mean she do be crafting? Suits her. That's fair enough too, yeah. Riverhawk. Which has better damage than the other weapon that we had. I mean, I'll still collect stuff, but more so in the path of where we're going in the story, instead of sidetracking and collecting things that aren't on the actual path that the story is going on.
Do you have anything you want to trade?
How is everything?
Check out what I have.
Alright, so let's sell some stuff. So the gold ore is material that eventually will actually respawn where you got it from. So what I'm going to do is sell all of that.
Excellent choice.
Same with the jade ore, even though it's not heaps, but
enjoy.
I'll sell that. Of course, you can sell all these other materials if you want. When it comes to these perception plants and all that kind of stuff, I don't really use perception plants in this game, so I tend to sell whatever I collect of that.
A good deal for both of us.
And keep the focus plants and the medicine ones. And the endurance ones as well.
Excellent choice. I'm always ready to do business.
Hey, 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 there is a Crocodile's raid happening. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. Hey, Crooked. Welcome on in, Senny. And welcome back as well. How was your stream? How was the rest of Assassin's Creed Valhalla? Welcome on everyone from the raid. Hope you're all doing well. For those who didn't come in with the raid, definitely recommend checking out Crocodile's channel. He's a great streamer. He has some great channel point rewards, some funny ones, a lot of meme stuff. He's also a big fan of Assassin's Creed. He's currently doing a Assassin's Creed stealth challenge. Although, have you actually finished it in full now? If so, how many detections did you get overall? So he's doing a stealth challenge with Assassin's Creed Valhalla. He's also a fan of the Red Dead Redemption series as well. He's done a couple of playthroughs of Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2, and his channel point rewards have a lot of sound bites from Assassin's Creed, but also GTA, Red Dead Redemption, various, other sorts of games as well. Hey there, Zereth. I hope things are going well. Insert character insult. Exactly. Insult or out of salt? Afro 8 detections, was it? Well, at the end of the last stream, Crooked had 9. But that was after so many stream sessions of him only having 8. So I think that was really good considering how unfair that game can actually be. Crooked, hey again, Senny. How's Tomb Raider going? It was good, thanks. The playthrough is now done and dusted. Done the epilogue, Last Asgard Dream, Animus Anomaly, Hidden One Saga, and watched the last chapter. So got everything covered now. Ended with 9 overall detections. GG's on that, dude. That's really, really good. The amount of content you did for that playthrough as well, the 9 detections that were actually fair, that's definitely understandable. And that's a good low number as well, that's for sure. But that's awesome. I'm glad that you got all that done and that you finished it off as well. And Tomb Raider's going good. Been collecting a lot of stuff. I'm now going to focus on doing some more story and only really collecting stuff and listening to journal entries that are along the path to where we need to go in the story. But making good progress for a first stream session for the playthrough. Stan, do they send Bambini to do men's work now? Always. Thank you for leaving the lurk, Zereth. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Are you interested in trading?
Jonah, I found Incan ruins, but I think the foundation of the temple is older.
Yeah, Abby remembered where she saw that symbol. It's inside the temple somewhere.
Great. Tell her thank you for me.
I'm right here. You can thank me by not breaking anything.
I'll be right there, Lara.
Konirea, the Incan god of the moon. He was relatively low in status, so he didn't have a mate. This tells the story of how he reshaped his sperm into the form of a fruit, which impregnated the goddess Kavika when she ate it. His pregnancy came as quite a surprise since Kavika was a virgin. But when her son was born, the boy immediately solved the question of his paternity by crawling right towards Konirea. Kavika was so humiliated by Konirea's low standing that she fled with her son to Peru, where they turned into coastal rocks.
Afro, watch me break the wall. Yeah, it's so funny when that happens. But Lara, in her defense, is restoring the original. Crooked, cheers, dude. You're also really glad with how the challenge went. Overall, ended up being your lowest detection count, actually together with AC1. But having the rules with which you made exceptions for really helped too. Glad you're progressing well. Always good to get these small lore bits, especially when they're read out for you. It really, really is. And as you know yourself, sometimes when you're streaming a game, as much as you do like to showcase certain lore, you don't necessarily always want to actually have to read it out yourself. So it's definitely a luxury to get games that actually have voice acting narration for that kind of stuff. But yeah, I would definitely be glad with that as well, with how the challenge went too. But yeah, it's just, that game can just be so unfair in so many situations. It's just ridiculous.
Hey, looks a lot bigger on the outside. What'd you do?
Jonah, look. Ishal and Shakshal, the twins come together.
is it? Lara,
What?
Abby said not to break anything.
I'm not breaking it. I'm restoring the original. Someone was trying to hide it. The twins come together before following the path of the living.
It's been tampered with. Like that thing in Mexico.
This must lead to the next clue.
Go. I'll stay here. See what else I can find.
Sounds good. Life and death. Jonah, I found the temple.
Great.
Damn. Trinity already there, trying to blast their way in. I'm gonna take a closer look.
Lucinda, okay, right, it's time for you to get your day started. Hope you have a great rest of your stream. Thank you so much, Lucinda. I absolutely will. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate it. I hope that you have a great start to your stream as well. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. Is doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Her first time playing that. Is also doing the other games in the series, the main entries. Mondays, Tuesdays are her usual Assassin's Creed schedules. But this week she's decided to do some streams of Assassin's Creed on Thursday and Friday this week. The other game that she's also playing at the moment is Deathloop. Also a big fan of the Resident Evil series. Plays through them as an annual marathon playthrough. But she does have some plans to do some Resident Evil stuff in October as well. Is also a fan of stealth games like the Dishonored series. Great streamer with some great games and entertainment. So highly recommend checking out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. And Lucinda, absolutely no worries about the shout out at all. Thank you so much for being here. I hope that you have a great start to your stream and definitely catch you again soon. That's right, Afro, piranhas soon. Ah, the piranhas. As far as I know, I might be wrong, but I think the last game in the series before this one that had piranhas in it was probably Tomb Raider 3. Although there's probably some piranha-filled levels in the other games after that I'm probably blanking out on, but but it doesn't take long to get killed by them, that is for sure.
Forward outpost. Status report. Operation Lone Wolf underway. Trucks en route. What's the rush all of a sudden? Dr. Dominguez is here in Peru. Is that good enough for you? Aye, Commander. Sorry, sir.
Those drones were unexpectedly heavy and sharp. Boat looks okay, though.
Glad you're here. We have a problem.
Jenny again? I'm on.
Very bad.
I'll keep at it. Command, this is Dock Station. Operation Lone Wolf underway. Where'd you go? We're 5 miles downriver. Signal is strong. Let you know if they So the search is back on. I am tired of covering for those assholes. I don't like this. We're taking casualties!
Afro, it's a creature we'll see soon. You just went in guns blazing here. Yeah, it's good that the game gives you that option as well. You can definitely have enough firepower to do that. I like to get as much XP from stealth as possible. Which, if you manage to actually get through an entire section using stealth only, you get an XP boost as a bonus, aside from all the XP that you got as you did each kill. I like when games do that.
When the Lord gave his covenant to Noah, saying never again will he destroy this world, it can be interpreted as he has decided humanity has learned their lesson. But have we? There is also a different interpretation to be made, and that is that he has given the agency of destruction to mankind itself. We are responsible for every living soul, and they are now tarnished and besought. It has been 4,000 years since the world saw purity, and we aim to end that. We will be the architects of the new world. We will pave the street to heaven for all. We will usher an end to this sinful, reprehensible world. I don't have enough space for that.
Lara, you okay?
Yeah, there's a Trinity base here.
Hey, Jonah, What happened here? I said don't break anything.
Hey, Abby, I can explain. I'll get back to you later, Lara. Don't do anything crazy.
Afro, it's really hard to judge the enemy's vision cones in this game, and they really thoroughly search the area. Yeah, the only thing that you really have up your sleeve is when you go into instincts mode. If an enemy shines up yellow, it means that no other enemy around them can actually see them at that moment. Whereas if they're actually red, it means that all the other enemies can also see that enemy. And if, of course, you try and stealth kill that enemy who comes up red, then all the other enemies will see you kill them. Whereas if they're coming up as yellow, you know it's safe to actually go and kill them. However, by the time you recognize that they're safe to stealth kill, in the time between realizing that and getting to them and pressing the attack button, another enemy might start to look at them, and then you get detected. But yeah, it would be good if you actually had vision cones you could actually see in instincts mode as well.
Trinity's really on edge. Still, if they're here, they're ahead of us. At least it means I'm on some sort of track. If Dominguez is right, and the sun is dying, I have to get to that box before he does.
Afro, we are losing men. You're like, damn, how did you notice?
The younger Croft is more active and less cerebral than her father was. Although intelligent, she is less focused on the meaning and history of the artifacts she seeks and more prone to risk-taking. With no children or family of her own, she is free to pursue her targets, almost to the point of obsession. Although this can make her appear impulsive or unpredictable at times, we believe her drive and the balance of her personality will make her easier to influence, with the promise of greater challenge and more likely to deliver results. Any information she might have that Richard Croft withheld from Trinity would simply be a bonus. We recommend her as a strong target for recruiting.
And to that, Lara would say, it's a no fucking way. Adrian's cerebral, as in she has less brain. That's it, you know. But it's another example of Trinity severely underestimating the skills that Lara actually has and how dangerous and deadly she actually is to them. But yeah, it's interesting that they still... Because obviously, you know, Anna thought that maybe she could turn Lara to become part of Trinity, but that didn't work. So obviously Trinity as a whole, after those events, still looks at Lara as a potential recruit.
I don't have enough space for that.
Any idea why we're sealing everything up? Because Commander Rourke said to hold the perimeter. No one goes in or out.
I know that, smartass. But do you know why?
That's above my pay grade. When the recon team gets here, maybe they'll be able to tell us something.
After action report. Attention, Dr. Dominguez. Search site, Mazaruni River, Guyana. 5.816587-59.468158. Discovered evidence of Maya migration. Upon subsequent investigation, site deemed a dead end. Actions taken. Site flooded by redirecting river. Locals recruited for labor eliminated. All trace of presence scrubbed. Other. Kick up at nearby village. Lethal response necessary. Area isolated. Site flooded. Appears natural. South American rivers rising due to climate change story seeded in media.
Afro, was that a fancy way of saying she is dumber than her father? Indeed, Afro Heart. That was indeed a very, very fancy and complex and really overwhelmingly, understandably, convincingly way of saying that she is actually not as intelligent as some might be, but more intelligent than others might be, especially if the others who are intelligent are not as intelligent as the people who are intelligent, and that intelligence is highly, highly recommended for you to actually understand in the intricacy of the delicacy of everything that is going on in the world today. So you were definitely right with your statement there. That was far more simple than anything that I ever said, and in fact, I can't even remember what I said myself. Afro, very well then, sire. Very well. Crooked, you don't either. Translation: blah 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 blah.
Porvenir, this is Commander Rourke. Have you achieved lockdown?
We're almost there. All access points are covered, and most of the barricades are finished.
Got something, man.
Almost isn't good enough. Secure the perimeter now, and make damn sure it's locked tight.
Aye, sir. If I could ask, sir, what's going on?
Recon team is en route. Rourke out.
The guys went down there. Something's up.
Man down! Jesus!
How did you see that he was down through that friggin' solid wall? Like, seriously. How did he see that dead body through this?
What doesn't belong? Fuck! I need more eyes on this.
Sweep the area. Moving. Contact! Got her again!
Royal Twix, that hurts your brain, lol. I don't blame you. Yeah. That was definitely a lot of gibberish. Goggers, you love the environmental blending. I do too as well. It was cool that they added the ability to have like mud put on to camouflage in muddy walls and stuff. And this has the best stealth mechanics in the trilogy as well. I was saying when I was playing Rise of the Tomb Raider recently that if I was to do a stealth challenge with Rise of the Tomb Raider, I would probably do a rule where I'm not allowed to use instinct mode, which would definitely make it more challenging because then I can't tell when other enemies are looking at other enemies to know if it's safe or not to take one enemy out or not.
Okay, the perimeter's locked down. All we have to do is wait for the recon team.
Doesn't it seem a little weird to you? There was a problem underground, but we're fortifying ourselves from a threat from overland.
Seems pretty standard. If something did go wrong, we should assume it could be anything. We've got the temple covered, too.
I don't know, man.
We've been overreacting to things ever since that storm hit. Those were good men. They are good men.
Kill anything that moves! I got your back.
Jonah, Commander Rourke is here in Peru. He ordered Trinity to lock down a dig site below an old oil well.
You going to check it out?
Yeah, I'll see what they found. Rourke was there in Cozumel when Dominguez took the dagger. They must have figured out the next step to the hidden city. I don't have enough space for that. There's been a bloodbath here. What happened? Attention, Dr. Dominguez. Possible entry point located for temple outside of Kwakyaku. Excavation equipment en route. From death to life, new moon to full, this temple serves as guardian to the silver box.
Shikaka.
Jonah, I made it inside the temple.
I think we found something here too. Some numbers. I'm gonna clear it off.
The numbers on the pillars look like the first half of dates. Ishal on the left, Shakshal on the right. Steady now. Another door. There must be more to this. Jonah, any progress?
There's an incomplete date and a depiction of Shakshal.
I have 2 dates here, and Ishal. I think I've seen a date on the left somewhere. The photo from Cozumel. Maybe there's a clue. In the Maya long count calendar, all dates have 5 numbers. This numeral was damaged to look like a 13. But what if it's really an 8? That's a 2,000-year difference, and the constellations would be in a completely different position. So the star path would lead west to somewhere in Peru. The last number of the left pillar should be a 0. I should have known. Too close. Okay, Jonah. What's the final number for Shack Shell?
A line across with 2 dots on top of it. 7, I think.
Thanks. That's it. Jonah.
Hey, Lara. It's Abby.
Oh, hey, Abby. I found a mural. It seems to depict some kind of journey. Entering through a jaguar mouth follows a serpent toward a silver eye.
Uh-huh.
On the way, there's a spider and an eagle that rises toward a temple.
Okay, I don't know about most of that, but the jaguar mouth is back this way.
Really?
Yeah, cat sculpture, big teeth. Oh, here. He's back.
Lara, you okay?
Yeah, I'm heading back. This is the path to the hidden city. It seems to describe a series of trials, entering through a jaguar mouth. A spider and an eagle that rises toward a temple, leading to a serpent with a silver eye.
Good. I think you're gonna like this.
Can't figure out the dialect. I must be missing something. Interesting. This shows a basic sketch for a temple, rising from the middle of a city. If I squint, it sort of looks like a snake.
Afro, why do you think that woman is going to betray us? Not sure, Afro, considering I've already played through the game and I know that's not the case.
This describes something nearby. 2 guardians have fangs. 2 guardians have feet. 1 guardian has both to better protect me. Ah. Suicide was not considered forbidden by the Maya. In fact, it was considered an honorable alternative to living. Because of this, by committing suicide, you could bypass the underworld and go straight to paradise, where other noble deaths included the sacrificed, those who died in battle or childbirth, and those who died playing ball. The suicide's escort on the journey to paradise would be this goddess, Ishtab, also called Rope Woman. She was the goddess of suicides, especially those who hanged themselves and manifested as a rotting corpse hanging from a noose. Balam is the Maya word for jaguar. The Maya idolized jaguars for their majestic beauty and dangerous grace. Villagers would have 4 akantuns, idols which they placed at each corner of the village. At night, 5 Balams, spirit jaguar guardians, would come to the village. 1 Balam would station itself at each corner, next to an akantun, while the 5th and smallest Balam would coordinate their protection efforts against evil demons and spirits.
Yeah, Fro.
Jesus. Don't do that.
Sorry. Anybody else make it?
Fuck the final.
This was written by an explorer in the mid-20th century who was looking for a lost city. He discovered a small trading post near the base camp, run by a woman named Kwama. He asked her if she knew any old stories which might help them find the lost city. By the time he wrote this, the explorer was near death and convinced she'd misled their expedition deliberately.
Base camp, this is Omicron team. We've been ambushed. Base camp, come in.
Anything?
Quiet. I need to hear.
I still can't. Holy Christ. They're here!
are they so afraid of?
Hey there, Rosie. Welcome on in. Brutal indeed. I love using that move. Reminds me of using the rope dart in the Assassin's Creed games to hang enemies from trees.
Shit, I lost my radio in the crash.
What was that?
Where's our backup? Reinforcements are en route. Then tell them to hurry, goddammit!
Impossible. I can't carry anymore. Attention, Dr. Dominguez. Camp set up near abandoned oil factory outside of village. Survey of area ongoing. Contact made with villagers. None with any information on Lone Wolf. Small group splintered off from main camp. Stole 2 weeks' worth of supplies. Suggest eradication of former assets once operation complete. No sign of Croft yet. Reports of a plane crash 10 clicks outside of village. Maybe we got lucky. NB. Villager suggested making sure Abby Ortiz does not become too interested in our activities. Name sent to headquarters. Dossier incoming shortly. Currently researching avenues and contingency plans.
Exactly, Rosie. Just a casual drive-by hanging of an enemy. Adrian, the rope dart has two parts, the rope and the dart. Are you sure? I thought it was the dart and the rope. Isn't it a dart rope, not a rope dart? Great play on that quote from Assassin's Creed Revelations, Adrian, about the hook blade. The hook blade has two parts, the hook and the blade.
Stay back! I'm warning you! Stay the fuck away from me!
Easy. Calm down. Can you tell us what happened?
All I saw.
What's
claws, teeth. They hit us. Screaming. Bones.
It's over. You're safe.
God.
You okay now? We just need to wait it out until the reinforcements arrive.
What are we even looking for?
I don't have enough space for that.
People have been in the jungle too long. It's messing with their heads.
This is fucked up. Where are they? I know you're out. Target acquired! My position! Hit! Non-lethal! Getting lit up over here! Time to move!
Where the fuck did she go?
Reacquired! Heavy fire!
Want any more fucking bullets, cunt?
Awful up. Can't carry anymore. What are those creatures? There has to be a way out of here. Maybe in the direction they came from. All full up. Can't carry anymore.
Hey there, Lucky. What came first, the rope or the dart? That's a very good question, actually. It's like, what came first, the chicken or the egg?
I don't have enough space for that.
Adrian, AC Revelations writer said on Twitter he wished he hadn't written that line. It's become one of the most iconic old-school Assassin's Creed lines. But I imagine whenever people meet him, that's probably one of the things that they say. Like, Darby, did you know that the rope dart, the hook blade has two parts, the hook and the blade? Did you know that? Because you wrote it. You should know that, right? It's like when someone comes into your stream and tells you what game you're playing. It's like, oh, thanks for letting me know. I didn't realize when I put the stream title and the name of the game in the stream title and added the category, I didn't realize the name of the game that I was actually playing.
God, bodies everywhere. The creatures killed them. But why? Jonah, Abby.
Hey, Laura?
I saw something. Trinity is being hunted by some kind of creature.
What?
It made hissing sounds and moved so fast.
Lara, that sounds like the legend of the Pistaco. You pulling our legs?
No, I know what I saw.
Are you safe?
Yeah, I'm on my way back. Search Team Report and Findings. Central and South American Division. Attention, Dr. Dominguez. Mexico. Cozumel, Temple of Shakshel discovered. Site closed and scrubbed. Brazil. Atishi Matari region. Dead end. Site closed and scrubbed. Team moved to Trinchera Bacaja site. Mandaruku region. Search inconclusive. Trouble with government. Suggest closing site. Awaiting orders. Trinchera Bacaja region. Progress made with local tribes. Investigation ongoing. Peru. Coaquiacu. Temple discovered. Research ongoing.
Exactly, Rosie. That's the thing, right? Lara should have said, also, I'm hearing it, like right now. Exactly, the sound effects of the E-shell were doing that. It's like, what noise that you're hearing, Lara? It's like, can't you hear it over the comms?
All full up. Can't carry any more.
I love using that, creating a trap on a corpse. Alrighty then, Jonah is going to have to wait, because this is actually where I'm going to call it a stream. We're going to go and raid out to Lucinda, who was in here not long ago. She's playing through Assassin's Creed Black Flag. But the next stream of this will be next Thursday. I'll continue the playthrough. The next stream that you'll see from me will be Assassin's Creed 3. I'm going to be doing a ranged challenge playthrough, where I can only use ranged weapons in stealth and also combat situations as well. So I'll be doing that. If you see me streaming Assassin's Creed 3, then you know it's become Saturday for me. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. I hope that everyone has a really good one. Here is a raid message that people can feel free to use. That's a standard one. I also have one for followers that has some free follower emotes as well, which is not that one. Needed added 2 after the raid. There we go. And I've also got one for subscribers as well. There we go. That's okay, Stan. Absolutely no worries at all for the stream. No problemo. No worries, Zereth. Alright, so we've done 24.65% of the game. I'm going to have to get the DLC content so I can do a true 100%. Because I don't want to just do 100% with the base game and no other extra content. I want to do the full 100% where you do not only everything in the main game, but also everything in the DLC content that you get as well. But that's good progress for a first stream session. It'll probably take me 3 or 4 streams, I think, to get this playthrough done. But thank you everyone for watching. Hope you have a good one, and catch you next time.